After being a victim of cybercrime, I wanted to explore cybersecurity.
So what next after service?
How do I transition into tech from animal physiology?
How do I upgrade my digital skills? What are the options?
How do I transition into tech from an economist background?
How do I fulfill my dream of going into tech?
I have been searching for a job. I am getting tired.
Another job rejection.
After another rejection, how do I improve my employability?
What is the next step for me to take after school?
The Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce is the foremost bilateral chamber in Nigeria. Founded in 1977 to promote trade and investment between Nigeria and Britain, the chamber is affiliated with the British Chambers of Commerce, which provides access to...
everybody. Can we be seated, please? I'll just wait for them to finish the conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ebere Njoko, and I am the DG for the NBCC. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all this morning. I want to say good morning to our President, Mr. Ray Atali, FRPA, and all the EXCO members, members of Council, those who are online and offline. And a hearty good morning to all our guests, online and offline. This is the 5th edition of the African EduTech Conference that we're jointly hosting with EduFirst. And I'd like to introduce the gentleman who has worked so hard, who is the head of this committee, the Schools and Education Committee. Yes, sir. And while we're still saying our good mornings, I would love to recognize the presence of Mr. John Ntim Fojor, MP, who is the Deputy Minister of Education and a Member of Parliament for Asin South Constituency. He came all the way from Accra for this. Can we do more than polite applause, please? Thank you very much, sir, for coming. So now I'll introduce the chairman of the Schools and Education Committee of the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Sheyi Adeyemi. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to have you all here at this 5th edition of the African EduTech Conference. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. So they say, at least we have the minister here, so we must stand on existing on all protocols. I'd like to welcome you to the 5th edition of the African EduTech Conference, being hosted by the Nigeria-British Chamber of Commerce in partnership with EdFirst Nigeria Limited. Now, several micro and macro challenges thwart the success of educational technology adoption in Africa. These range from personal to community, cultural, infrastructural, policies, and inadequate training for teachers to fully implement the technology in classrooms, as well as lack of infrastructure such as power supply. Equally latent challenges such as inadequate evaluations are detrimental to educational technology adoption. The main objective of the 2023 African EduTech Conference, themed Leveraging Collaboration and Partnerships for EduTech Growth in Africa, is to provide a platform for government, regulatory agencies, and educational professionals and innovators to interact and share experiences on the revitalization of our educational system, using technology and innovation as key ingredients for educational transformation. And that's exactly why we are here this morning. Once again, I'd like to welcome every one of you, and may I request that we rise to observe the national anthems of Nigeria and Great Britain. Please shall we rise. May we have our seats, please. Please allow me share a couple of guidelines to guide our operation. If you just get out of this room, on your left are the conveniences, in case you need to use the conveniences. During the course of the discussion, there will be a time for questions and answers. Please just raise up your hands wherever you are, and the microphone will be brought to you. And we also want you to please take care of your items. Anytime you want to leave, make sure you've either left them with somebody or you have them with you. And then, we're definitely going to have a good time. Once again, welcome. I'd like to now invite our President and Chairman of Council of the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce. Please welcome Mr. Ray Ateli, FRPA, to give his welcome address.
Good morning, patrons, council members, members of the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce Board, and management of Education First Nigeria Limited. Good morning, Deputy Minister of Education from our sister country, Ghana. You're welcome as well. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to formally welcome you to the 5th edition of the African EduTech Conference, themed Leveraging Collaboration and Partnership for EdTech Growth in Africa, which was put together by the Schools and Education Committee of the Nigeria-British Chamber of Commerce in collaboration with Education First Nigeria Limited. I especially commend the team for the time they've taken and the effort that has gone into putting this together. This event is timely and extremely relevant. In the past 5 years, we've done this, and over that period, we have received over 10,000 attendees. Hopefully, today we'll keep that record going. Now, according to the United Nations Education, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO's Global Education Monitoring Report, the fast pace of change in technology is putting a strain on education systems to adapt. Countries are starting to define the digital skills they want to prioritize in curricula and assessment standards. Globally, 54% of countries have digital skill standards, but often these have been defined by non-state, mostly commercial actors. Many students do not have much chance to practice with digital technology in schools, even in the world's richest countries. Only about 10% of 15-year-olds use digital devices for more than an hour per week in mathematics and science. Teachers often feel unprepared and lack confidence in teaching with technology. Only half of countries have standards for developing teacher ICT skills. While 5% of ransomware attacks target education, few teacher training programs cover cybersecurity. Various issues impede the potential of digital data in education management. Many countries lack capacity. Just over half of the countries use student identification numbers. Countries that do invest in data struggle. Countries that don't invest in data struggle. A recent survey among UK universities found that 43% had trouble linking data to the things that they do, which makes the topic leveraging collaboration and partnership for EdTech growth in Africa a timely discourse. The 2023 African EdTech Conference, which is what we are holding today, highlights the importance of collaborations and partnerships in driving the growth of educational technology, EdTech, in Africa. This conference seeks to explore the current state of EdTech in Africa and to emphasize the considerable untapped potential for transforming education through technology by stressing the imperative role of government and policy makers in creating an enabling environment for EdTech collaborations and partnerships. This underscores the advantages of pooling together the expertise, resources, and networks of various stakeholders and countries, like we are doing today, private organizations and technology companies, in leveraging financial and technological resources to foster sustainable growth in education technology. It is in this regard that we have invited various stakeholders in the education sector from different countries in Africa to share their wealth of knowledge towards accelerating innovation in Africa's education sector. I am delighted to welcome all speakers and moderators to this conference, and I'm confident that this eminent assemblage of subject matter experts will provide a diverse and illuminating perspective that will open our minds to the tremendous opportunities for growth and development in the education sector as they discuss various issues such as finding and attracting investment for EdTech, innovation, creating an EdTech model that works for us in Africa, the role of educators in the growth of EdTech in Africa, and the role of the various governments in the growth of EdTech in Africa. These are some of the issues they are going to be delving into, and I can't wait to listen. I'm also happy to note that we'll be hearing directly from some students on the panel that will be very well put together by them, run by them, moderated by them. The pros and cons of online learning is what they are going to be talking about on that panel. And it will be nice to hear what our students are thinking about this. There's a lot to pick from it, I can assure you. They are also going to moderate it. I am also happy to note that the students will display and pitch the latest innovative prototypes, and the winner will receive a prize at the end of this event. I am profoundly grateful to our sponsors, Stanbic IBTC, Wema Bank, School Media, Exam Paddy. I am profoundly grateful for the endorsements that we have received from the National Information Technology Development Agency, from the Universal Basic Education Commission, and from Dr. Omobola Johnson. Thank you all for your support and commitment to the upliftment of educational standards in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the attention you have given and for listening to the various preambles that we have given this event. In closing, I'll say that this is the 5th edition, and we want this to continue getting better by the day. With time, this hall will fill up. Traffic sometimes could be an issue, but be rest assured that the enthusiasm that has been displayed by all concerned will be felt, and those who will present papers today will do well to equally share their ideas after their presentations during networking opportunities with others, because there's a lot more to be achieved at this event. We want to leave here with a few nuggets that we can use to advise our various governments on how we can infuse and accelerate the process of adoption of technology into our educational sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that warm remarks. And so to go into the next segment, I will be welcoming Mrs. Ajo Afolabi Balogun. Mrs. Ajo Afolabi Balogun began her work life in international development at the Ford Foundation and the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. She has a passion steeped in developing African youth, now personalized as Jailbreed, an employability skills toolkit she co-created. Jailbreed provides job readiness skills for the workplace and career advisory for those already in work. She sits on the boards of Cisco, United Foundation, and IT Skills for Schools that shapes children, and Volunteers for Business Professional Women, BPW, an international social impact organization with a seat at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, UNCSW. She's a people officer with over 15 years experience, an ESG social consultant and project lead Nigeria, Power Learn Project PLP. PLP is a scholarship-based project with a vision to train 1 million software developers in Pan-African wide by 2027. She's a lover of Nigeria who continues to work to build the Africa we all want to see. She speaks on youth and skills development, advises SMEs on ESG strategy, and coaches on personal happiness and workplace productivity. Her other passions are tennis, jogging, gym, training, and yoga. With a warm applause, please join me as we welcome Mrs. Ajo Afolabi Balogun as she gives her keynote address. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. The topic of my talk today is Imagine. Quite recently, the landscape of education and tech in Africa has been undergoing a transformation like we've never seen before. And the demand for digital skills and technological proficiency has also surged. So for anyone who's been following the UNGA meetings, you will have seen that the Secretary General of the United Nations, our own very Nigerian, Amina Mohammed, referred to us as unstoppable Africa. This is a true recognition and a testament to the resilience and determination of the African people who are us. We have embraced education and technology as a means to shape our own destinies, recognizing the immense potential of our continent as the next big thing in global business, which is what they've been referring to us as. But while this sounds really exciting, what is it that has been making our growth so stagnant until now, either as individuals or indeed as a people? Are we able to answer these questions? So what makes an African EduTech model effective? But more so, how do we make it remain sustainable? I'm sure you're all thinking, why all these questions, right? But let's look at some figures in terms of where Nigeria is sitting. Our population, according to the World Bank sources, the current world population in this year is estimated to be over 8 billion. Nigeria in itself, in 2022, is estimated to have over 200 million people. More figures. Our youth account for 60% of about this over 200 million people aged 25 and under. Our graduates from our universities, according to the University World News, in every single year that our students go through the system, in universities or polytechnics, we are admitting 2 million students, with over 600,000 of these graduating from our systems. Disrupt Africa, a platform that covers news on African startups, said in a recent report entitled the Nigerian Startup Ecosystem Report of 2022 that Nigeria is one of Africa's big four, and is actually comparing us after Egypt, Kenya, and South Africa, with at least 481 tech startups active across the country. I know my Kenyan leads are going to say, but actually we thought Nigeria was ahead of us, but this is quite interesting. The Nigerian tech sector is one of the fastest growing in Africa, and currently the sector is one of the top performing sectors and a major contributor towards Nigeria's GDP. In 2022, the tech startup ecosystem is said to have attracted about $1 billion into Nigeria. Now, in doing the research to write this paper, I had a conversation with my younger brother who's also in tech. And he actually said to me to look at that figure again in terms of 1 billion. So the jury is still out because we believe that that figure is actually more than the $1 billion. Our Minister of Technology, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, the founder of CC Hub, says that the tech ecosystem is fast becoming big and currently can attract over $10 billion in funding. He also describes Africa as a future of tech with a competitive advantage to the rest of the world because of our young demography. And when you read the strategic plan from the ministry called Accelerating Our Collective Prosperity Through Technical Efficiency, you can see there that indeed what we have been missing and crying out for so long is actually a vision. A vision that he says will cover tech-enabled and core tech competencies and advanced proficiencies, and basically one that shall empower our workforce with an intent to retain 1.5 million of these skilled professionals within our local talent pool, and the same number of 1.5 million to be presented to the global marketplace, preferably through remote opportunities. This vision promises to leapfrog our economy into the fourth industrial revolution and see us become the next exporter of tech talents to the world, and one that will position Africa as the future of the world. So how are we doing this? How are we sustaining an African EdTech growth model? So the project that I'm sitting on at the moment is called Parallel Project. And as an example, it has a goal to drive transformative change for African youth by empowering them with relevant quality and decentralized tech training. Its main goal is to train, empower, and offer job opportunities in the field of software development to 1 million young Africans by the year 2027. This is not merely a numerical target. It actually represents the potential for transformative change in Africa's tech landscape. And as we move on this mission, it is crucial to remember that we cannot do this on our own. Our approach is not just about providing access to tech. It's about education. It's about fostering collaborations, seeking partners, kneeling down and begging them for where we need to do that. And it's also about encouraging creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving to empower these students of ours to drive innovation and transformation across various industries. So I ask you to imagine a Nigeria where the challenges that we face today are not seen as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities waiting to be seized. Imagine a Nigeria where a collective brain power harvested through tech and collaboration is used to solve these problems and drive our nation forward. Imagine a Nigeria where our graduates are not just job seekers, but job creators, driving entrepreneurship, nurturing economic growth as the tools we use to place ourselves on the global skills map. To turn this imagination of endless potential into reality, however, we must change our mindset. We must embrace asset thinking, seeing and embracing tech as a tool that will amplify our efforts and connect us with the global community. Because when we seek the common grounds of collaboration, we unlock the power of synergy, and together, who knows what we can achieve. So this is why I call you in before I leave this podium. I think there's no more appropriate time than now to seek a new Nigeria, as we have just entered our 63rd year as a country. Consequently, I would like to implore you to think of Nigeria as a child who has to be nurtured, fed, encouraged, and loved in order to grow. And of course, our love for any child is meant to be unconditional. So we all owe it to ourselves to think and speak and do only positive things about our nation. After all, she has kept, nurtured, and loved us. What have we done for her in return? But all of that is in the past now, and they say to embrace the new, we must imagine a new Nigeria, but speak it into being with endless words of encouragement and of love. That is what one does to a child, after all. And you can't throw away that child with the bathwater. So as a woman in human resources, in education and youth investment, where I promote staff welfare, workplace productivity and happiness, and more recently as a woman in tech, I personally believe that our journey towards a new Nigeria, where talent is our new trading currency, is now. I also believe that we have the fortitude, the creativity, the brain power, and the manpower to achieve whatever we want. Now that we have a vision to follow, a vision that shall not only leapfrog Nigeria into the fourth industrial revolution, but one that shall also sustain our competitive advantage holistically as a country and as a continent. When I was in school, my RS teacher used to say to us before an exam, I hope you all get what you deserve. But surely in the example of us as a country, we have sat the exams and we have passed those exams, I believe. Lastly, I believe that the time for an unstoppable Africa is indeed now, and that we truly deserve it. What do you believe? Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Balogun, for that. Imagine a Nigeria where our graduates are not just job seekers. That was so insightful. And then when everyone is talking about Nigeria and thinking about Nigeria, she has said it. Think positive about Nigeria. Speak positive. And you eventually see positive things. If you believe that, let me just see you wave your hands. All right, thank you. So right now we will listen to the goodwill message from Dr. Omobola Johnson, the managing partner of TLC, and that will be will be streamed by the media. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And let me add my own very warm welcome to all of you to this year's edition of the Africa EduTech Conference that is being sponsored by the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce. As you all know, education is a very important piece to the development of the continent and, of course, Nigeria in particular. And as you all know, technology is a very important way for us to actually improve the access of our citizens to that education and also the quality of that education. But none of this will be possible if we don't seek to collaborate, to partner, and to join hands together to ensure that both on the side of the educators that deliver the content and the technology that enables that content to be delivered far and wide, there's a need for us to partner, to collaborate, and to see how we can come together to deliver better outcomes for the continent. I really do wish you a very successful day of deliberations. I hope that today will be the beginning of some new impact in the areas of education technology, and I look forward to hearing about the outcome of the conference. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So next we'll be welcoming Professor Bashiru Galadanchi, the National Coordinator for at the Digital Resource Center of the Universal Basic Education Commission. Please put your hands together for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols are duly observed. As I look at the participants of this very important conference, I have sadly realized that with my white hair, I'm the oldest of you all. But don't worry, I'm very young at heart. And in particular, I'm representing the youngest beneficiaries of EduTech, the youngest beneficiaries of this conference. I'm representing the Universal Basic Education Commission that, to a large extent, is in charge of the millions of learners out there in the basic education subsector. My Executive Secretary, Dr. Hamid Boboy, has asked me to convey the congratulations of the Commission for this 5th EduTech conference and to explain to participants that the Commission for the last several years has been deeply committed to EduTech, to the integration of EduTech into our programs. The Commission right now has about 7 or 8 programs that are deeply leveraged on EduTech. There is the Smart Schools program. I'll talk a little bit about it later. There is the Effective Schools program that is trying to make public schools in general more effective, especially through the use of technology. There's the online teacher professional development program where teachers are being trained online there is the Teachers Internship Program, where the Commission has selected a group of about 1,000 young education graduates or graduates of different subjects, and they've been trained on using EduTech and blended learning skills and so on. And there's the Digital Resource Center that to some extent coordinates the Commission's efforts in developing content, in doing a lot of training for teachers, and in doing research on EduTech, blended learning, online learning, and so on. So we're deeply into EduTech, and we're growing. But in particular, our Smart Schools program, and there are 37 of them, one per state and one in the FCT, they're very high-tech schools, and they've just started. Some of them have started this September. A lot of tablets. Every child has a tablet, robotics, interactive whiteboards in every class, very sophisticated technology, so as to give the children in our public education system a chance to excel and a chance to change the narrative of basic education in our country. And our message to this wonderful conference is that, yes, there's definitely the need for partnerships and collaborations in the field of EduTech. And in the final analysis, we, as UBEC, we're hoping that eventually EduTech will become cost-effective so that our children, both in the public and private education system, will be able to get the best of EduTech. And as a software engineering professional myself, I do realize that it's a difficult thing to do, but with effective partnership and collaboration, I think we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dalanchi. It was good to know that there are plans to expand the EduTech in Nigeria, because, to be honest, and then what we are seeing in our public schools right now, they've started adopting some of these programs, which is good. So it's no longer private schools that are trying to improve technology. So it's good. You see 3-year-old, 4 years old now coding, and that's really amazing. So in the next 10 years, we can only imagine what these people will be. And it's really great. Up next, we will be taking the goodwill message from NITDA. And we have Dr. Usman Abdullahi on the call. He's representing the DG of NITDA, which is a National Information Technology Development Agency. Is he connected yet?
Yeah. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having us. As introduced, my name is Dr. Usman Abdullahi. I'm here representing my DG CEO, Kashifu Inwa Abdullahi, CCIE, who is unavoidably absent. He has made arrangements to be with us this morning, but due to exigencies of duties, he can't make it, and he asked that we represent him and deliver his goodwill message. The good thing is that he has it written, so I will just go through what I have as a goodwill message. Thank you. and it starts thus. It is with great pleasure and humility to be with you this morning at the 2023 African EdTech Conference, organized and hosted by the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce, with the theme, Leveraging Collaborations and Partnerships for EdTech Growth in Africa. The choice of the conference theme signifies the importance of partnerships among critical stakeholders and industry key players to deliver the common goal and commitment towards shaping the future of education in alignment with the ever-evolving technological landscape in the African continent. It has been apparent for long that there is a major gap between what our youth are learning at universities and other higher institutions of learning and the tangible skills required to flourish in the workplace and industry. Evidence of this anomaly is seen in the large number of graduates who are unemployable and who cannot engage in self-help due to lack of skills. Thus, it is highly important that there is a strong focus on complementary learning by relevant stakeholders and key players which significantly target skills development. You may be aware that the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, being an apex IT agency responsible for developing and regulating IT in Nigeria, has been pursuing a robust and all-encompassing human capacity development agenda that will create a competitive environment for the development and production of IT goods and services. The various capacity development programs in our strategic plan have been designed to serve as a foundation for rapid development in all sectors, right from the foundation stage. And we have built several of digital capacity training centers and IT hubs across the nation to facilitate these programs. We have made rigorous efforts to strengthen the capacity of information and communication technology development departments in higher education institutions, primary and secondary schools across the country. At the same time, special capacity building programs are vigorously being pursued for the staff of government agencies across all ministries at both federal, state, and local levels. The aim is to develop a digitally literate workforce for the government, equipped with the skills required to transform our economy into a knowledge-based economy. The evolution of technology has also led to the stratification of countries depending on how they adopt digital technologies. The economic and social development of digitally literate countries has outstripped those countries that have failed to embrace digital literacy. NIDA has developed and launched a national digital literacy framework, NDLF. The framework is designed to equip Nigerians with vital digital skills, fostering a sustainable digital economy and inclusive economic growth, aligned with the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy. The NDLF serves as a valuable reference outlining the specific skills required for a digitally empowered Nigeria. NDLF implementation will create a empowering millions of Nigerians to take voter roles in the fourth industrial revolution job market, where global skills shortage stands at an all-time high of 54%. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference theme encapsulates the very essence of innovation and sustainability. It is a theme that harmonizes our ambition for education with the imperative of environmental responsibility. I commend the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce and other stakeholders for the insightful thoughts in bringing players to collaborate and advise viable methodologies acceptable by all towards revolutionizing education in Africa. NIDA will continuously remain focused to the advancement of technology and its application across all spheres of life. I wish, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here to discuss on educational development in Africa, leveraging on our collaborations and partnership, let us bear in mind that the impact of our endeavors, the ideas shared, the collaborations formed, and the initiatives sparked will undoubtedly ripple through our educational ecosystem and beyond, leaving an indelible mark on generations to come. I wish to sincerely commend and appreciate the organizer for identifying NIDA as key player in this vital mission. We will remain committed towards attaining our goals and objectives. I also wish to thank all stakeholders present and other participants for our keen attention and participation. I wish us all hitch-free program and deliberations. Thank you very much, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullahi. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Now, this EduTech conference, this is year 5. And having to be consistently organizing this program to ensure that show how we love EduTech and how we are pushing and the collaboration and the advancement of EduTech. We're just saying that NBCC deserves a round of applause. And not just NBCC, but EduFest. Now, just so you know, this started in 2019, and that was shortly before COVID. And COVID had nothing on us because we went virtual. And so we were even ahead of COVID or ahead of every challenge that could come in between. And then this just shows that no matter what comes in the future, that we will continue to grow bigger and better. So please put your hands together one more time for NBCC and EduFest. And so let us hear a message from our premium sponsor, which is Stanbic IBTC. They've also been consistent in promoting EduTech.
After being a victim of cybercrime, I wanted to explore cybersecurity.
So what next after service?
How do I transition into tech from animal physiology?
How do I upgrade my digital skills? What are the options?
How do I transition into tech from an economist background?
How do I fulfill my dream of going into tech?
I have been searching for a job. I am getting tired.
Another job rejection.
After another rejection, how do I improve my employability?
What is the next step for me to take after school?
A friend told me about DICEF, and I decided to take the chance.
DICEF. I was skeptical at first, but decided to give it a try.
Will I be able to cope without a tech background?
The program was really demanding, but I appreciate the support of the facilitators.
Our facilitators were excellent. They made the course easy to follow.
The program was tasking, but I loved how the classes were held virtually.
It was tough, really tough. It was a lot of hard work.
The class was really intensive. You could not hide. Everyone had to participate.
The program was very challenging. I love the fact that it was hands-on, it was practical.
I love the program's flexibility.
I really found the program rewarding. A lot of interesting learnings.
I had the support of an excellent instructor.
The collaboration with my fellow DICEPers really made it for me.
Fellow DICEPers were always available to support.
The program was really eye-opening. I took a lot of interesting learnings.
Now I can confidently create chatbots thanks to DICEP.
Finally, I can realize my dream of becoming a machine learning engineer.
DICEP helped me in becoming a cybersecurity analyst.
Bio-to-animal science, database administration, here I come.
With all the skills I've acquired from DICEP, I can't wait to explore.
I am so excited about the future of cloud computing.
Big data, big data. I look forward to exploring the world of database administration.
I have taken a big leap in advancing my career.
I am glad I embarked on such a fulfilling journey.
The door to the world of cybersecurity is open. Here I come.
Big data, Python, API integration. I look forward to an exciting career in AI.
Now, I'm a certified
IBM
cybersecurity
analyst. Thanks to DICEP.
I am now an
IBM
applied
AI professional.
Thanks to DICEP.
I'm a certified
Microsoft
Azure database
Administrator. Thanks to DICEP.
We are future ready. We are Islamic IBTC Directors.
Education First is an innovative education technology company that delivers technological solutions to various sectors, including educational institutions, corporate organizations, individuals, and the broader community. Our journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence, and we stand proud as architects of dynamic and engaging learning experiences. We meticulously design experiences tailored to meet our clients' unique needs, spanning diverse sectors, from corporate training and K-12 education to higher education and beyond. We work closely with our clients to assess their specific requirements and develop customized solutions to meet their educational and training goals. Beyond being your trusted partner in shaping the future of learning, we have equipped Nigerian students with 21st century learning skills and empowered educators to become 21st century teaching professionals. Through our strategic partnership with the Federal Ministry of Education in Nigeria, facilitated by our parent company, School Media, we've impacted over 120,000 students by enhancing their digital proficiency and trained over 10,000 teachers across the 36 states in Nigeria.
Our dedication to high standards is reflected in our partnerships with renowned organizations like the International Computer Driving License Course, ICDL, Microsoft, as part of the Microsoft in Education Global Partner Program, the Nigerian Institute of Training and Development, NITAD, and JobMinders Incorporated, in line with our commitment to improving success rates in education and critical examinations such as WAEC, JAM, NECO, Common Entrance, SAT, ICANN, and more. We recently introduced the Exam Paddy app. Our e-learning app is designed to empower lifelong learners. Whether you're a student striving for academic excellence, a professional looking to enhance your skills, or someone with a thirst for knowledge, Exam Paddy has something to offer everyone. We have obtained original equipment manufacturer accreditation from the National Information Technology Development Agency, enabling us to manufacture a range of laptops, desktops, and tablets. These products have received recognition for their affordability, robustness, and extended battery life. Our annual Code Funky Summer Camp empowers teenagers aged 6 to 18 with skills in robotics, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, coding, web development, graphics design, and more. The program includes exciting excursions to renowned tech organizations, enhancing the learning experience and igniting their minds. In collaboration with the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce, we successfully orchestrated the African EduTech Conference. The conference has earned endorsements from prestigious organizations such as the National Information Technology Development Agency, the Nigerian Communications Commission, the Universal Basic Education Commission, and the Federal Ministry of Education. It has also garnered sponsorships from UNICEF, UNICAF, and Stanbic IBTC. This conference features technology innovations developed by the federal government and private school students, adding a valuable dimension to the event.
Reflecting on our commitment to education, it's evident that education first goes beyond the ordinary. We invite you to join us on this transformative journey towards a brighter future through education. Edu First, where learning takes the first seat.
Partnership for EdTech growth. So if we do not partner and collaborate with other organizations, then we wouldn't be living the theme. So right now we'll also get a final video from EdTech Nigeria, an EdTech video for Nigeria and UK collaboration, which is ALTS boarding school. Do we have that ready, please? Okay, so we have to move forward with our program. And at this point, we will be moving to the first session of the panel, which is where the discussions will be on leveraging collaboration and partnership for
my name is Nick
EdTech growth
Stockbridge.
in Africa.
My company is Transmedia Communications. We're a software development company and a training company. We have a product which we call Class Care, aimed at schools and universities. Our mission with the product is to reduce the administrative workload of teachers and make it much easier for them to measure the achievement and learning outcomes of their students. Education is a cornerstone of every nation, and we know that in Africa especially, a love of education is entrenched. But there can be a lack of infrastructure, there can be a lack of funding, and large class sizes often mean that millions of children still receive education that is less effective than they could. For those children fortunate enough to attend, recording progress and reporting it to parents is often a manual task. School heads find it difficult to know how successful their school is compared to others. When crucial data is missing or hard to use, a data gap is created, and it hampers the ability to conduct data-driven decision-making in education policy and to monitor progress towards achievement of both the Millennium Development Goals of universal primary education and the education for all goals. An education management information system at the country level should be the primary mechanism for systematically monitoring progress toward and fostering accountability for reaching these goals. Our children's education is so important. Our system makes it simple for teachers and administrators to capture and make visible the learning within a school. A few of the features are, for example, managing a teacher's students effectively, entering new student records, adding photographs, assigning students to classes, creating assessments and grades, recording enrollment and retention, attendance and absence, connecting to parents and teachers, providing essential feedback to parents and sending reports via email or SMS. Providing a student portal where students can log in or their parents to see their grades and feedback and interact with tutors. Creating a timetable so that nobody misses a class. Adding events such as lesson dates and assessments to a calendar. Tracking student progress. Compare the progress of students within a class and across the school, and analyse the change in that progress over multiple years. Managing extracurricular activities and sports is also important. Scheduling internal meetings and events. Overall, gaining insight with performance analytics so that heads, teachers and students can understand how the performance of everyone within the school is working and better able to make informed decisions about the progress of future classes. We're open and interested in working with others in the education sector in Nigeria and any other African country. If anybody is interested, do please ask us for more details. Thank you very much.
The event of the year is here. Are you looking for a school for your child aged 7 to 18?
Hello, my name is Emma Taker and I'm from St. Lawrence College.
My name is Gus King. I'm with the Newman School, which is located in Boston, Massachusetts in the United States.
My name is Tom Lawrence and I'm from Concord College, which is located in the West Midlands.
Hello, I'm Daisy Davison. I work for Ashford School. My name's Rachel Kay.
ALTS Education presents to you the Borden School Fair 2023. 35 schools from the UK, Canada, US, Switzerland, right at your doorstep. Attendance is free. Dates, Saturday 14th October, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Radisson Blue Anchorage Hotel, Ozumbambadiwe, Victoria Island. Sunday, October 15th, 10:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Radisson Hotel, former Protea, Isaac John, GRA Ikeja. For more information, visit altsconsultant.com. Telephone 0701-111-1011 or 0818-000-0500. Email schools@altsconsultant.com. ALTS.
The global EdTech market size was valued at $123.40 billion in 2022 and $142.37 billion in 2023.
With the EdTech industry experiencing rapid growth, the global EdTech market is poised to reach $404 billion by 2025. This surge results from the ever-increasing demand for accessible and high-quality education, and EdTech has emerged as a powerful catalyst for transformative change. Amidst this growth, Nigeria stands out with its immense talent and potential. Notable EdTech pioneers like EduFirst partners with the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce to harness technology in bridging educational gaps through the African EduTech Conference. Considering the United Kingdom's rich history of educational excellence, there is an amazing potential for dynamic partnerships between the UK and Nigeria across various critical areas. Collaborative potential with the UK. Number 1. Immersive learning technology. UK and Nigeria can partner to create immersive learning applications using virtual reality known as VR, augmented reality known as AR, or mixed reality known as MR, to develop virtual labs for science experiments, engineering designs, math and healthcare simulations, and so on. These will cater to Nigerian and international audiences, extending the reach of quality education. Number 2. AI-powered adaptive learning technology. This is a personalized educational approach that uses artificial intelligence algorithm and technology to tailor learning experiences to individual learners' needs and abilities. Number 3. Edutainment and gamification. We can integrate elements, mechanics, and principles into the learning process through strategic partnerships. These will engage students and serve as a potent motivator, making learning interactive, enjoyable, and rewarding. Number 4. Language learning and technology. Various tools and resources like language learning apps and platforms, AI-powered language tutors, speech recognition and pronunciation tools, language exchange and conversation practice platforms can be developed to empower individuals to enhance their language proficiency and communication skills effectively. Number 5. Special education applications. In special education, various technologies like assistive devices, individualized education plans (IEPs), management softwares, speech therapy applications, and interventions can be designed for autism spectrum disorder (ASD) to support and enhance the learning experiences of students with disabilities. Number 6. Assessment and testing services. Finally, there is potential for collaboration between UK assessment and testing companies and Nigerian educational bodies to develop and implement standardized testing tools, certification programs, and cutting-edge digital assessment tools. To make these partnerships a roaring success, stakeholders must understand Nigeria's educational needs, regulations, and market dynamics. This mutual understanding will be the driving force behind these collaborative initiatives, and we will be amazed at the market potential that is locked up in this sector.
So we move to the first session of the panel, which is leveraging collaboration and partnership for EdTech growth in Africa. We have amazing speakers on that panel, and we are actually looking forward to that discussion. So welcoming the first speaker is Mr. Ajibade Laolu Adewale. He's a Group Head, Partnership and Digital Solutions, Wema Bank. Please give him a warm welcome. Oh, okay. So I was just informed he's yet to be here. So we welcome Mrs. Carol Banks, founder and director, CB Health for Africa, Nairobi County, Kenya. You're welcome, ma'am. Do we have confirmations of the virtual participants? Yes, so joining us virtually is Mr. Lanre Ogundigbe, founder, CEO, Imperial EdTech. Please welcome him. Then present here is Mrs. Chinyelu Akpa, Education Practice Lead at Co-Creation Hub. You're welcome. Also joining the panel here, or joining the panelists, is Mr. Anthony Amodu, the Lead Executive, WSGS. Joining virtually is Mr. Andrew Adejo, Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Education. Please give him a warm welcome. And all the way from Ghana, we have Honorable John Ntim Fojo, the Deputy Minister of Education, Ghana. Please give him a very warm welcome. And the final speaker to join us here is Mr. Nwachukwu John Chukwemeka, Head Private and Corporate Business Remitter Payment Services. You're welcome, sir. And to moderate this session is our very own Mr. Sheyi Adeyemi, the Chairman of NBCC Schools and Education Committee. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Apologies, Mrs. Tony Uba. It wasn't deliberate. Please, let's welcome one more panelist, Mrs. Charity Tony Uba, the Head of School, Oxbridge Tutorial College. It's not Sharia.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, you would bear with me. I would use my executive fiat as the moderator to rearrange the seating so it doesn't look like the ladies against the men. So I would have a volunteer amongst the lady panelists and a volunteer here to swap roles or swap seats. Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our first panel discussion on leveraging collaboration and partnership for EduTech growth in Africa. Interestingly, we have a very African panel, actually. Yes, we are hosting Nigeria, so we got Nigerians. We have Honorable Deputy Minister from Ghana. We have Mrs. Carol Banks from Kenya, and Mr. Amudu from Nigeria, and other Nigerians. So please put your hands together for this Pan-African panel. And hopefully we're going to be having a broad view across Africa on the various topics. Now, we are going to be looking at four key areas in our discussion. We're going to be looking at the role of educators, particularly with respect to growth of EduTech in Africa. We're also going to be looking at how to create an African model that will actually work, for us. Then we're going to be looking at how do we attract investments, for EduTech. And lastly, we will be looking at the role of government in EduTech. So these four key areas will be the areas we are going to be, traversing in this discussion. But what I want to just do is to ask, our panelists, one after the other, to give some, general opening comments with regards to how we're doing really in the education sector with regards to EduTech. Are we really prepared for EduTech in Africa? How are we faring? It would be nice for us to know how we are faring in Ghana, how we are faring in Kenya, how we are faring in Nigeria, So let me start from our Honorable Minister. How is EduTech in Ghana, generally speaking? Sorry, can we help activate the mics, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeyemi, for the question. I would want to acknowledge all my co-panelists, and a special good morning to the President and Chairman of Council of Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Ray Atley, the Executive Council, and all my colleague earlier speaker, Mrs. Balogun, for very insightful indication of what the outlook is for Africa and the world. We in Ghana are very much excited about the opportunities in EdTech, and I'm excited to be here at this conference. Education is a strategy for which this continent can be transformed. And we get feedback from statistics around the world, particularly one that was recently projected by UNESCO and the World Bank, that in the next 10 years, 15 years, the population of Africa is going to be about 40% of the world. Now the question is, are we going to be contributing to 40% of numbers, or we're going to be contributing to 40% of the innovation that the world is embracing? And if that is the focus, then we need to now come to the various education strategies we have. It's not just acceptable to wait till somebody gets into tertiary, and even in some instances, complete a whole 4-year bachelor degree, only to think of some additional courses that will make them employable. What did we do with it? 15 years and over, in some instances 20 years of education, right from pre-primary to tertiary. So it cuts across. EdTech must find space in various aspects of education system. And we in Ghana believe that the education ministry or government must take the lead role. We must start investing in it. We must start advocating for reforms and promote for the whole society to now get involved. Of course, with deep collaborations, very important collaborations with the private sector. So we have set up National Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling, which is an agency under the Ministry of Education to ensure that we leverage on innovations, locally innovated products of EdTech in Ghana, in Africa, what is put within our context and what works for us, curriculum, and we'll have some other time to talk more about curriculum. But generally, EdTech has been well embraced, but we want to even do more. We want to transform education, leveraging on technology. because Education Commission in 2020 posited a report and said that if nothing changes within our education system globally, by the year 2030, nearly 825 million young people will reach adulthood without the skills needed to thrive in today's world. We are in the 21st century. The fourth industrial revolution is with us. What are the skills needed to thrive in today's world? This is why I pause. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Fojo. I hope I called your name rightly. Let's come home to Nigeria. Let me talk to a lady, Mrs. Chinyelu Apa. Mrs. Apa. Oh, okay, she's right here beside me. How are we doing as far as EduTech is concerned in Nigeria?
We are not doing badly, really. I like to say that Nigeria was created for such a time as this, with our burgeoning population, with today's 198, 200 million. I am yet to see a market of that size in Africa. So what it tells us that we are a ground that is ripe for the innovation that EdTech would bring in Africa and globally. So the thought now is, how do we, come together with the combination of education and technology to reimagine the future of learning? What do we need to do? What are the different levers that we need to put together? I'm talking about various components, even such as connectivity rates, broadband penetration, partnerships. How do we begin to have more conversations? There are peculiar situations or even instances where you have people who have ideas about how they want to solve for problems in education leveraging technology, but they do not know where to go to or who to go to. So we are not doing badly at all. We have even more interest in innovation and technology. You have more schools who are asking to use EdTech in their regular operations, even from K-12 down to university level. So there's acceptance, there's the willingness to use, there's even there's like the purchasing power also is there. I would say that the best thing that could happen to EdTech was really COVID-19, because COVID-19 came and people understood that learning didn't always have to be in the classroom. So you have instances for us here in Nigeria where you have people who are in school and out of school in IDP camps, and through the power of education technology, we're able to break frontiers and to get education to the last mile. And all of this is, getting done because you have people who understand both the business of education and the science of education, which is what EdTech is about. So it's just beyond just building products that work. It's understanding the climate, understanding what is needed, and working with stakeholders to make it work. So I think Nigeria is not doing badly at all. For every local government you go to in Nigeria, in Lagos State, you have people who have an idea on how they want to incorporate technology into their learning. They might not have all the resources at their beck and call, but they know what they want. They're looking for partnerships, they're looking for resources and tools to bring either their learners on board or to bring their teachers on board. So as I said earlier, Nigeria was created for a time as this. If we can get people who know about the business of education to begin to play in this field, we are on the path to do great things. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, let me go to, an operator who is rarely in school. First, let me talk to Mrs. Tony Uba. Okay? Oxbridge College. Now, tell me, how are the schools promoting EduTech growth? How are you guys faring? Are there challenges? Are there things that, working well for the schools? Just tell us from your own practical experience.
Thank you very much. And thank you for this forum. It's much needed. As I was going through the lineup, I said, is it that I've entered one chance this morning? I'm the only educator in the house that's going to sit on the panel that is actively on the field. I liked the fact that she made reference to COVID-19. COVID-19 was a wake-up call. It came on us like a thief in the night. It's as if we were all sleeping, and suddenly COVID came and they said, lock up and go home. Things that we couldn't do before COVID, we had to do during COVID. And the board called me and said I should go and design a 5-week curriculum that will engage the students, but not academic. So we're not going to have subject content. We're bringing in technology into the curriculum and bringing in Arrive Ready for them to be ready by the time they get to, by the way, my school is a sixth form college. By the time they get to university, they should be ready. We brought in referencing, academic writing skills. Everything was done virtually. And, just before that assignment was given, I would say that we're not ready. We're not ready for what happened. But as soon as that assignment came and I saw myself at the middle of it all the meetings I had was during the lockdown. I was working with different teams. Education technology came to play in a big way. Zoom meetings, Microsoft Teams meetings, Google Meet. Whether you know it or not, you will learn it. So I would say that this is really the right time for us to discuss what we are discussing today. But there's still a lot to be done in the educational space. A lot. Because we still have schools that, I'm from Oxbridge, the private sector. We still have the public sector that we have a lot of work that has to be done. So, give or take, we are alert now. We are awake to the reality of the times, and we are beginning to adopt these tools in what we do in education.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let me get a little techie here and reach out to virtual participants. Mr. Larry Ogundipe. Now, are there some guiding principles for the use of technology in the education sector? And what should those be? Maybe you just want to throw some lights on that. Mr. Ogundipe.
Sorry, I was a little bit of a glitch. Don't mind me repeating the question. I didn't hear.
Oh, okay. So, there be some form of guiding principles for the use of technology in the education sector. And if that is, what should those principles be?
Okay, thank you very much for having me. My name is Larry Ogundipe, like you have mentioned. I'm the CEO and founder of Imperial EduTech. So regarding guiding principles, I believe that over the years we have been able education technology is very. I'm sorry, I don't know if everyone can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So we've been able to see that we've been able to test different for us to be able to come up with guiding principles such as, first of all, integrating policies into the education sector that would guide how education technology is implemented. Putting standardization when it comes to setting up of schools, in terms of schools being able to set up basic technology infrastructure that allows access and delivery of learning, both physically and virtually. Also, helping students and teachers integrate technology into their classroom by leveraging stuff like STEM education into the day-to-day classroom. And, just giving maybe more awareness and sensitization around education technology as a tool to boost education and not to stifle the growth of teachers, because in some cases we see that we don't get the adoption that we need because lecturers, teachers in some cases feel like technology is coming to take away their jobs. But it's just there to make work more efficient. So I believe that there's a level of sensitization that also needs to happen. And then from the policy side, how do we separate structured and unstructured learning, separate them and also bring them together in such a way that students are well guided, both on the structural side, which is, the curriculum-based learning, and also the unstructured learning, which has to do with skills, personality, social balance, emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and all those kind of other things. How do we bring both the unstructured and structured learning methodologies? And also, lastly, identifying the need where outcome-based education plays a role, and competency-based education also plays a role. I believe that those are some methodologies that we could also implement. Thank you very much.
Well, you want to share with us, really? Okay, could you? That's Mr. Nwachukwu, right? Okay. Could you also share with us what you think should be guiding principles, with regards to how EdTech should really be run, in schools and in the educational sector generally?
Okay, thank you so very much. Firstly, let me start by putting one or two clarity to what has been discussed so far. I recall when my sister was talking about Nigeria coming into the EduTech. Actually, 1983 we came in, and in 2001 we became a force to be reckoned with. I'm proud to say today that Nigeria is an emerging leader in EduTech. I think we need to appreciate ourselves for this. I speak not just because I am a Nigerian. I speak based on the fact that the figures are showing. When you look at the volume of transaction that goes through, you discover how far we have gone. But that is not my own topic today. Where I'm meant to emphasize more in what are those ground principles. Number one, education technology today, solution as it might be, it needs to be what I call user-friendly. For most schools today, one major area or challenge that they face when it has to do with education technology is at times they struggle to understand the solution itself. So it becomes a ground rule for us to actually go for solutions that are solution-friendly. These are basic policy because you cannot give to the school what they cannot actually understand or interpret. So it becomes fundamental for us to look at it from that perspective. Then, how effective and efficient is the platform? You don't just develop a platform, give to school, and it's not solving their immediate need. Basic needs such as taking care of the results, academic activities, marking of attendance, and a whole lot. So these are primarily fundamentals that most solutions today struggle to provide to schools. And you discover that at times, sorry that this might sound a little odd, you discover that a school can afford to change one or two solutions within a particular period of time just because they do not understand what the previous solution is offering them, not just because the solution does not have the capacity, but interpreting what the solution is becomes very difficult. Not everyone is tech savvy, So when solutions are designed, how understandable it is, how communicating is the solution. Then above all, which is very, very key, how effective and efficient is the solution to solve the basic need of the school. Now, in terms of need is quantifiable. What is applicable in school A might not be applicable in school B. So in terms of setup, I don't want to use some technical terms. In terms of setup, you must understand the peculiarity of the school that you are deploying the solution to. So it helps to make it better and effective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I come to Mr. Modu, let me go to Kenya. Mrs. Carol Banks. Well, I recall when Mrs. Balogun was giving the keynote address, she had talked glowingly about the progress with respect to statistics being made in Kenya. And I hear Mr. Nwachukwu. So it looks like there's some kind of competition between Nigeria and Kenya as to who will outdo each other. So tell us what's going on in Kenya with regards to EduTech.
And I think I really must appreciate that Nigeria is way ahead. As much as we have a lot of startups in Kenya, I don't really think we are focusing on education as much as we should. And I'll reference COVID. When COVID hit us, I was very worried because with 2 children, school-going children. And we were not ready technologically because I thought about education being an equalizer. But at that point, I saw education as technology coming to divide. That, the ones who can afford to plug into technology and continue with education, and the ones that could not. And I faced a great challenge coming from a private education side, and I couldn't help but think, how is the public sector coping? Meaning there must have been a huge gap in terms of adopting and continuation of education for the children in the public schools. And so I know there's a lot of conversations going on, and a lot is being done in the education sector in Kenya to try and close that gap that technology helps to close. Because if we don't do that, which I think before COVID we were not really doing, and COVID came in to shock us and to show us the reality that it's either we up our game as far as technology is concerned, or we lose it. For some reason, I think Kenyan schools stayed out longer than most African schools, because I do remember South African schools were up and running, our neighboring countries were up and running, but Kenya was out of school for almost 18 months. So you can imagine, we were not ready, we didn't have enough technology to be able to connect students to continue with the education and to continue with the learning. And the teachers as well. We were very used to the traditional ways of delivering lectures and delivering whatever it is, the content that we need to deliver to the students. And so I would say that, yes, Kenya has advanced a lot as far as technology is concerned, but there's a lot of room for improvement, especially when it comes to delivering the education that we need to deliver as a country.
Fantastic. That's encouraging. Thank you so much. Okay, let me come to Mr. Tony Amodu. Now, the question now we want to look at is, earlier on when the prof from EduTech, talked to us about the Smart School project. These are initiatives in the public sector. Now, looking at this, how can we, is there a digital divide really between, the private and the public schools? Is there a digital divide between the urban area and the rural areas, between Africa and the Western world? So looking at this, how can we actually narrow this digital divide so that we can all move at the same pace? Is it possible?
How many hours do I have? Good morning, everybody. And thank you again for having me. And a laudable applause to the Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce and EduFirst for organizing this conference. So many questions, so I'm going to try and hit them at the points in no particular order. The divide between the private schools and the public schools is purely driven by funding gap. That is the simple, short answer. And this is driven because education in Nigeria, and as it transcends into Africa, has been divided into the us versus them mentality, where we have the private operators who are more commercially driven, and then the governments who try to meet up to the standards under dwindling resources and other geopolitical forces that they have to contend with. In this regard, there is always going to be a gap. The only way to bridge this gap is by making education sponsorship more attractive to the private sector. And these are one of the initiatives that I'm hoping we'll be able to get out of this kind of conferences, where we can begin to show value on why it's important to have an informed polity, so that when we can lay a value to that individual who is a well-educated graduate, a well-educated high school graduate, a well-educated primary school leaver, then we can begin to put that number back into the economic cycle and show that it pays, it saves government money, it saves the private sector money, because now you can find skilled candidates to fulfill most of the opportunities that you are creating, and then it helps to sustain your investment. So if we look at it from that perspective, we can begin to address that gap. From the Western world and Africa, this is a bigger challenge. Globally, about 200 billion was spent on education, and of which 20 billion was spent on EdTech in particular. Now, we bring it home to Africa. In Africa, about $20 million of that came into the EdTech sector. The reality is, education in Africa has a whole lot of challenges. There's the socioeconomic challenge, there's the political challenge, and there's also the geographical challenge. Because if you find yourself in Sudan, for instance, then you are subject to the political situation as a child. Your school life has been affected. If you are in a region where it's mountainous, then geographically you are also isolated. To combat all these challenges, we need to find more African-driven solutions that are designed by us and implemented by us. But unfortunately, we have got to make the environment more enabling and more attractive. Now, I'm going to put it in context. $2 billion came in as part of the VC funding for startups in 2020. 1.5 billion of that went to fintech. 500 million of that went to e-commerce. 200 million went to transport solutions. And only 20 million was EdTech. So you begin to see where the corporates are placing their value. And unfortunately, government can't bridge gaps like this. This was purely private initiatives that attracted over $2 billion in investment, which means that right now, the only way we can begin to attempt to address the solution is to get more private individuals, private corporate organizations involved and begin to show the commercial benefits. And they need to understand this. And I'll leave it with this point. If you have $1.5 billion invested in fintech, and the fintech company starts running, and 10 years' time, when we have 15 million Africans coming into the workforce, and they don't have any skill to begin to support the fintech company, two things will happen. We're going to have economic migration, because what's going to happen is that you will have to hire people, and then they will be paid, and then the monies will leave the continent, and then the government will lose revenues, and then all the other socioeconomic benefits of having a strong economic GDP among your nations will be lost. And then, secondly, if you spend the money on the other solutions, transportation and the rest, and these things can be sustained, then that investment is going to end up going bankrupt, because you can no longer sustain it with the right people. So we've got to bring this back into the conversation and let them understand that this is a medium to long-term view. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks very much. That's very insightful. Let me one more time go virtual and ask our permanent secretary, Mr. Andrew Adejo. I hope he's online. The permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Education. Is he on? Mr. Adejo, are you on with us? Oh, okay, we don't have
Good morning. Hello, good morning. I'm representing this is the Ministry of Education.
Okay.
I'm representing the family.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Oyilola, and welcome. Oyilola. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, let's hear from the government perspective. From the federal towers, if we may have anything like that. How are we looking at what's the policy with regards to EduTech? Are we thinking about how to combat the challenges. When Mr. Modu was speaking, he talked about the geographical limitations. We have people in different areas of the country, in the rural areas, in mountainous areas, in riverine areas. How do we plan to get across to them using education, using technology rather?
Thank you very much. I think many of all the panelists have mentioned a lot about the involvement of the government. The first one is the policy, which is digital literacy policy that we are working on presently to show the guidelines and let people be aware of the need to use EduTech in the education sector, and the standardization of the equipment, the gadgets, the devices, and also the networking, the software aspect, in which one of the panelists has already said that problems.
Having some tech issues there. Well, this is not EduTech. This is conference tech. Okay, I hope we'll be able to get her back. Okay, let me just quickly speak across the panel. Now, the question is, what EduTech model will work for us in Africa? I mean, let's just have insights. What do you think will work for us in Africa? Let me still remain virtual. Mr. Lanre Okundipe, maybe you want to quickly give us a view on that. What EduTech model do you think will really work for us? How should we, put together our own structures, taking into consideration our peculiarities in different African countries?
All right. Thank you very much once again. So the model that will work for us is a model that is localized, also a model that is all involving and all encompassing, which would involve not just the Ministry of Education, but other ministries. Let's take, for example, the Ministry of Digital Economy, who has put together, and we have NITDA here, thankfully. NITDA has put together something that we call the Digital Economy Plan and the National Broadband Plan, which has mandated that we should have increased broadband penetration by 2025, and also localization in terms of OEM. We are fortunate to be a local OEM. We currently assemble hardware in Nigeria and supply for government. We have also supplied people like teachers in some state governments as well. And the goal for us is basically to bring as many people as possible into that technology net, right? And what will work for us is even our content localization, the way we're building digital content. How can we involve more localization in our digital content that helps basic education to adopt and learn faster? And I believe that education and technology should be part of the furniture in establishing educational institutions. It has to be priority. We look at it as a nice to have as opposed to a must have. I think now that has shifted. We're taking it more seriously now. For education for technology to be a must have, and like I said, be part of the furniture. When you're setting up a school, as important as chairs and tables and even the building itself, technology infrastructure is also as important. Like I said, I'll just give some instances. For example, in Lagos State, we've been fortunate to work with the government there to deliver last mile education. What we're doing is we're also doing something called communal learning, where we're able to do mesh connectivity within communities where people out of school children also have access to content, even in the riverine areas and places like that. So that level of inclusivity and inclusiveness in delivering a framework that brings together multiple agencies that addresses particularly the need for Africa, which is hard because the way you can education technology is two things. It's hardware penetration and internet penetration. That's how we can get to the last mile. So how do we take these two things, these two key infrastructures, and use it to deliver a model that works, and we can, drive content through some of this kind of initiatives. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Let me go to Honorable Forte. What model will work for Ghana?
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeyemi. The model that will work for Ghana, Africa, Nigeria is a model that tackles our very peculiar challenges, the way we learn and the learning objectives we have set, the various national curriculum that we have set. But most importantly, it's important that they are locally developed. If there's any foreign partnership, that is fantastic, but it has to be within the context of our various countries. Then it must tackle the various 21st century competencies that we hope to build within our learners. The competencies of collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, and communication. Those must be built around EdTech. We are also looking at a model that can easily be accessible, can work on as many zero-rated platforms as possible, can work offline, considering the fact that we have many of our learners in underserved communities in hard-to-reach areas who may not be able to afford the online models. So these are some of the things that should guide us as we embrace EdTech or technology in our education sector.
Okay, thanks very much. Let me move back to the school in Oxbridge. Now, are we actually including digital skills in our school curriculum? What do we really need to make this work? Yes.
Yes, we are including digital skills in our curriculum. However, for the startups, when he was speaking, I listened attentively and I gave him a smile and a wink. The model that will work, I still want to go back to that. We should go away from one size fits all.
Okay.
Different schools, different needs. And it cuts across the African continent. What I need, there might be a possibility you also have children with special needs. So if there is a model that has been developed, there should be an angle of flexibility where you can clone that model to suit the needs of the children, the learners in that school. Yes, we include digital skills in what we do. All students are eligible to bring in laptops to school, but it's not all schools that have that. So as much as possible, the one that you can do now to start, you start. Because I don't want to come in here and say, I'm from Oxbridge, so I give answers based on what is obtainable with us, in my school. And we have other schools that the children do not have that, they don't have that opportunity to do that. So whatever works for you that you can use as much as possible to have inclusive education, to include the children that are with you, the learners, such that they are exposed to digital skills, please do. The one thing that is so critical now is teaching learners digital citizenship, because there is another flip side to all that we're discussing now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me come to Mrs. Carol Banks. How can we actually collaborate internationally, to enhance the delivery of EdTech in Africa generally?
I think it's looking at the uniqueness of what Africa is, and the fact that we have a very, very big young population, meaning that we can actually shape the future of where Africa is going using the young population and the use of technology. So I'd say, at this particular time when the world is moving and technology is our future, I think in Africa, if we can looking at Nigeria, for example, I find that, and I said that yesterday at Queen's College, I said that the future of Africa When I look at Nigeria, I am looking at what the future of Africa looks like with a 200 million population compared to the 1.3 billion population of the whole of Africa. The way Nigeria will go is likely how Africa will go. And so leveraging on the capacity and the capability that we have and using technology to enhance that. And realizing that if we are using technology, we are not using the traditional ways of modeling children to become employees, but modeling our children, our generation, to realize that with technology, they can be anything, whether they are artists, whether they're into education, whatever sector that they choose, that technology can really drive Africa to where it's going.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Before I come to money matter, and I will come to money people here, let's go virtually. Mrs. Oyewole, do we have her on now again? Mrs. Oyewole from the Federal Ministry of Education. Madam, can you hear me? Okay, fantastic.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you. Now, the question I want to put to you is how do we create an enabling environment that would enable, EdTech really thrive? What is government doing, to create an enabling environment that will enhance the growth of EduTech?
Presently, what the government is doing, as I said earlier on, we started with the policy, but the present government has placed an emphasis on EduTech now. Even within the education system, all our communications are going tech-wise. We are already doing E. Also, we are collaborating because the government alone can't do this because of the financial implication. And the budget for education is not as comparable. But what we are doing is to ensure that we collaborate with the private sector, like the technology end. In the case of internet facility, so we are talking with some of these ISPs that when it comes to educational websites, educational sites, that the data should be reduced so that we have more students going online and then getting work done online. Also, we also noticed that peradventure there is no part in this nation, Nigeria, that does not have one of these providers working. Is it MTN? Is it Airtel? Whichever, but there is always. But it might not be within your own convenient area. Maybe you have to make a shift. Because presently in the Federal Ministry of Education, we have started this online classroom where students are taught real time. And we started with the Federal Unity Colleges. We started with 6 of them. But now many other Federal Unity Colleges are joining, and it's now open to those that are interested to join. And in that end, it's just a way to let others know that government is doing something. Because if we are able to encounter the challenges, we now know how others that are going into this area, we now know how understand their challenging situations. So the present government has actually really emphasized on education. And I know that they will keep up their promise concerning that.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we begin to wrap up, let's go into the investment aspect of EduTech. And this is for Mr. Nwachukwu. How can we actually attract investments, both local and foreign, into EduTech?
Okay, thank you so very much for the question. For me, I see investments from 2 different dimensions, the direct investment and the indirect investment. And I will explain. In the indirect investment, all that we've discussed today, what drives the EduTech is internet, majorly. So I will use the word, I have a dream. the dream where every communication company in Nigeria will see education as part of a scheme that they can take up, that is somehow not taxable or have a particular product for schools to say, when you click into this particular product for schools, you get an amazing internet access where people can actually explore, because internet is the power of EduTech. People want to learn. A whole lot is on the internet. People want to get themselves acquainted with what is happening, not just within your environment, but outside your environment. So the big question is, can we even start from the home front to say indirectly, all the telecoms in Nigeria, how can they invest indirectly? We are not telling them, bring your money. From the data that you are giving, can you create a special product for schools where they can actually log in and enjoy internet for free? It looks intangible, it looks very small, but it goes a long way to encourage school to start plugging into EduTech, because EduTech without internet is absolutely nothing. It's the life wire of every education portal or technology. Then we can now look into partnership. Yes, I listened to her while she was speaking, and she spoke passionately. Government might not really want to put all the funds into it, but partnership will help. Now, but before partnership will help, an average private investor wants to see how lucrative the business is, because it's key. I would not want to invest into something that I don't see the potential of getting my ROI, which is the mentality of a capitalist. When am I getting my ROI? Not you telling me to invest. I must see it. So a whole lot of communication needs to go out. Above all, culture needs to be streamlined. People need to understand. Schools need to understand. Government needs to understand. Organization needs to understand that the only will to change is education, even when we do not understand it. But that is the power, and that is the catalyst that can actually turn the economy around. Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, Mr. Nwachukwu. That's quite insightful. Now, let me come to Mr. Modu. Now, I mean, Mr. Nwachukwu talked about, collaboration in terms of some kinds of intangible things that possibly, these organizations could do it as a form of CSR, and then get some incentives as well for doing so, which is a brilliant idea. But, Mr. Modu, let me come to you. Is the public-private partnership an investment model that we should actually consider for EduTech growth? So, if so, how do we best structure it? Where we have, all of these parties coming together, how do we structure a PPP that will make EduTech grow?
Thank you, Mr. Adeyemi. Yes, a PPP is at least one of the major ways to achieve significant investment in the EdTech sector. And like Mr. Nwachukwu said, you can get the corporates involved by giving them incentives. Usually this will be tax holidays or other kinds of advantages that they can have. Because one of the problems rightfully identified is internet. And internet comes from the infrastructure. And infrastructure means cell towers and other technological means or deployment of technology that will enable access. And these things are decisions that are taken usually by the ISPs and the telcos on a commercial basis. So if you are given an incentive working through a defined PPP arrangement, then they will be more willing to make some of these things accessible based on the PPP initiatives. Also, attracting investors is being able to monetize the other alternatives. And what are the other alternatives? The opportunity cost relative to the situation, which is the non-availability of critical skilled workers and the cost of having to hire from outside Africa and outside Nigeria. Those are the other limitations that can be put forward long term. The third thing is most of the innovators in the space have to work specifically with educators to actually solve the problems, because that is the basis for most investment decisions. Is there a problem that can be clearly identified that is being addressed by this solution? And then once we look at that, and then you look at the scalability across the different regions where it can be applied, those are the things that begin to make the partnership more interesting and attractive to investors. So I'll stop here for now.
Okay. Thanks very much. Let me come to Mrs. Chinyeluapa. A direct question. How can schools boost their investment in technology? What options are available to schools to actually boost the investment in technology?
So I'd like to say that for all the work that we have done in Co-Creation Hub, we actually have focused over time on the public sector, right? And this is because we believe that if we are indeed going to reimagine the future of learning and boost our potentials as a nation in education, you cannot do that by focusing on the private schools. And the private schools are just a microcosm of the entire education numbers for Nigeria and for Africa, really. So if you ask this question, and how do you boost investment in technology, you ask a public school administrator, there's almost nothing they can do, because all their funding and support comes from the top. So if it's a private school, yes, they can increase their school fees. They can get more partnerships, corporates to work with them to either upskill their students or upskill their teachers. However, there's a lot of bureaucracy that goes on in the public school system. No matter how amazing or how, wonderful a program might be, you have to go through various levels before you can go into a public school in Nigeria. If it's in Lagos State, for instance, you have to go to the Ministry of Education, then you go to the Director of Science and Tech, you go to the PERMSEC, then you get to the Commissioner, you get to the Tutor Generals. There's a lot of red tape you have to go through. So what I would say is demystifying education, demystifying partnerships, and I'm going to, focus on the public school sector. This is both the federal and the government, state levels, is demystifying what partnerships can be. It's by the government understanding that they cannot do this alone and actually putting, action to that understanding. It's by data interoperability. What does that mean? People who have worked over time in education, who have worked organizing programs and even designing products for EdTech, need to begin to share their data. Because we have this thing where everybody is holding the information they have to their chests. Nobody wants to share details. But if we can begin to share data and people in governance can see what works, they can see the numbers. One thing about education and EdTech is it uses empirical evidence. You can't formulate things out of the air. It's not like, maybe fintech or health tech or any other tech where there has to be, there's a very big value chain and it's churning. Once you put in your investment into education and you do it well into EdTech really, you begin to see your changes almost immediately. You're seeing the behavioral changes. You're seeing the improvement in learning outcomes. So as more people are sharing their data, building a bank for all the evidence they've been able to put together and share with the government, that is when they are encouraged to put more finances into EdTech. That is when they feel, yes, this school needs computers, this school needs better broadband connectivity. I've been to schools around Nigeria where you see ICT labs that are under lock and key. They are equipped to the teeth. However, they are under lock and key. Why? Because the administrators have not understood why they feel it's a need. Why do you think you have to teach chemistry and you're taking students to the lab, to the ICT lab? Why are they not going to, the chemistry lab? But the chemistry lab has methane or H2SO4 that was produced in 1972. Right? So when you can educate the administrators more, share evidence, and they see that it works, investment comes in easily because there's almost nothing they can do at the level. The private schools have it easy for them, but the public schools need to go through the bureaucracy and the red tape, and that will happen through data interoperability, evidence sharing, and partnerships. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I was going to go, before wrapping this up, just 3 more questions, and we'll move on to Q&A shortly. Let me go to Mrs. Oyewole, because we're talking about the kind of creativity and innovation that is required, for attracting investment in EduTech. For the public sector, we need the policy makers to get more creative and more innovative. So, Ms. Oyewole, what are the creative measures that you are thinking about, in order to be able to attract? Since you talked about limitations with budget, which understandably is so. So, what else? We got to think out of the box, particularly for the thousands and millions of children in public school. How do we attract investments?
Thank you very much. As it has already been mentioned, education is not an investment that you see your investment immediately. If you are not passionate about children, about educating children, people will not invest. So the first thing is that anybody coming must be passionate that I want to make a difference in the lives of these children. And one thing again is we have our children that are even higher tech than even our teachers, some of our teachers. So, and the level of having to do literacy awareness, we have not really gone that far, because for you to penetrate somebody for a change, it's always a difficult task. But we are doing this more enlightenment so that the teachers won't feel that, technology is taking their space out, that they won't have jobs. But we let them understand that it's to enhance and even help you more. So the government is trying in the aspect of advocacy, because that is, if we don't do that advocacy and then we bring in the private sector to enhance that for us. Apart from that, we also have some of the partnership we have with some other tech organizations that went into the tertiary institutions. They are trying to bring up the students there, talent hunting, so that they will be relevant to real life situations now. They will not be in the workspace, what the tech that is happening in the workspace. So they will not have to be looking for jobs, but jobs will be looking for them. So we are on in partnership with that. But as I said, if a tech company doesn't have passion for change and passion for improving the lives of children and bringing this nation to a higher level, then it's going to be a little bit difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So passion is very important for people to know that the ROI that Mr. Nwachukwu talked about is not really going to be counted all the time in Naira and Combo. You've got to invest in the future for social development. So most organizations need to be thinking CSR when thinking about investment in education and in EduTech. One more question to Lanre Ogundipe, who is also the last question to virtual participants. Now, how can EduTech and FinTech organizations collaborate, particularly to boost inclusion in financial literacy within the educational space? Now, let's look at the FinTech companies. They're making waves now. And then, how can we come together? How can we leverage on the FinTech operators?
All right. Thank you very much. So, fintech is a space that has already gotten a lot of attention and credibility in terms of international investments and all of that. So first of all, if we look at both fintech and education, it's quick return on investments versus long-term return on investments, institutional investors versus impact investors. So what brings them together is seeing an opportunity where the number of, say, for example, out of school children, or the number of schools, or the number of opportunities where fintech plays a role, because every fintech company would try as much as possible to identify ways that they can generate revenue even within the education space. So now on the literacy side, we need to first of all look at what does financial literacy even mean. Now let's look at how we commoditize money. Money has gone from paper to virtual. How do we bring that into the education space? How do we let people understand how you can save, different ways you can save? Even with schools, how do you create models? Now, for the fintechs, I would bring in banks as well, because a lot of banks are now going digital. One of the things we are trying to do is to see how we can create a fund. I don't know if there are any, I think Stanbic Bank is here. There should be a fund, just like how there was a policy that was driven by the fintechs in the last administration. I believe that we can use that same model that the fintechs have used to create a fund or a policy whereby education loans are given to institutions and schools that want to integrate technology in their schools and spread out over, say, a period of 2 years or a longer term period, because we know that schools generate revenue on a termly basis or on an annual basis. So create a model, a loan model that reduces things like the interest rates, where the interest rate is particular for the education sector, reduce interest rates, say, single digit interest rates for the education sector, where they can even create model like hardware as a service. We know that internet and hardware penetration are two major things. How do we democratize it in such a way that schools are able to afford and plan for integration of technology? And it's only the financial institutions. We have the loan companies, we have payment companies. How do we make sure that payments are seamless within the education sector? That's a way of collaboration. And how do we provide long-term loans for schools that can help them to adopt technology and create that as a model, possibly even as a framework or as even a policy, where schools can take 10 million, 20 million to set up local cloud servers where they don't have internet, in places that have very little to no internet penetration. How do we also look at internet providers coming into that space to be able to deliver internet technology and be able to spread the payment over a period of time? So I believe that collaboration and that intentionality between the financial institutions and the fintech organizations, and the education sector would really help to, bring a bit of laxity in terms of the overhead and the capex expenditure. So basically, the whole idea is turning capex into opex. A lot of schools don't integrate technology because they feel like the cost of buying technology is really, really high compared to how they also charge and the amounts they charge. You see a lot of people leaving schools because schools are charging higher or increase their school fees. So we have to look at a way where schools can integrate that technology and give them some kind of leeway, either even moratorium, 6 months moratorium period, then they start paying for the technology. I think we need to ease them into it, and that would really, really help. So maybe the loan companies, fintechs, and also the banks create a model where you can say launch a $10 million, $20 million fund for education organizations or for schools, where they can access it and they can pay over a period of time. I believe that would be helpful.
All right. Thank you so much for that insight. We are gradually wrapping this up, but before we do so, we want to throw the discussion to the audience for comments and for questions. I have Mr. David Brown, all right, who is the MD of the Brown Consulting, to give us a 1 minute perspective in this discussion. Yes.
Thank you very much, and thanks for coming to Nigeria. Hope you're enjoying it. Thanks a lot for honoring us. I would just like to say, if you take your mind back 100 years, right, and look at a classroom, what would you see and what would you see today? Just to shorten it, you see the same thing. Classes, desks, chairs. Education hasn't changed. Hasn't changed, just remained really static for a very long time. This is the opportunity for education to change tremendously, as in really transform. Because education has been very slow in transformation. The same chalk, the same blackboard. Okay, sometimes we have green board now, right? Or whiteboard, right? So, but it hasn't really changed. So this is where it can change. And you mentioned something, sir, about the cost. It costs, in Nigeria, it costs 500 times more, 1 gigabyte of data than India. It's 17 cents per gigabyte in India. It's 4 cents in Israel. It's 71 cents in Nigeria per gigabyte. So it's extremely expensive. So infrastructure-wise, the government needs to understand that this is water. It's food. Internet is a need. You know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's there. He didn't have it then. He would have written internet as one of those things. So the infrastructure needs to be, and it's governments. The government needs to do that. All the aid agencies and everything, we need to understand, bring the cost down significantly. Africans are very innovative. They will take care of the rest because that innovation is there. So we need to tremendously bring the cost down. Then we need to realize that, yes, this is a long-term investment. Cuba exports, you know, it's not just export. They lease their doctors. They make $11 billion every year, leasing their doctors. Doctors, nurses, everybody's living in droves in Nigeria. Nigeria has trained them, very cheap. They're going there, they do 1 or 2 months stuff, and they're fine. That means education is not as bad as we think it is. So what's Nigeria getting from those exports in cost? So if we have talent as an export, that means there is money in education. There is. So how are we leveraging that? So it's an infrastructure thing. It's also the fact that education has been lazy to change. And they've got one jolt of energy after COVID that, look, you guys need to wake up. So education through the internet is so cheap. If you think about it, it's cheap. How do we leverage that? How do we change the mindset that it's expensive? It's not expensive. We are making it expensive. And you know what? You know, last mile issues when it comes to the cable. You know the cable that came laid mile 1, I think it's main 1 in Nigeria, laid cable, submarine cable and everything. There's last mile issues where you can't do the last mile connection mainly because of land and all sorts of funny legal related stuff. We need to kind of cut all that red tape. You have somebody with fixed costs. He's brought the cable already in Lagos, and you cannot now spread it out, fiber optic to everywhere because of right of way, this, that. Government needs to sit down, understand where those blockages are. They're very tiny things they could do to just eliminate that, crash the cost per gigabyte. And Nigerians, Africans will take care of the rest. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, your comment made me to remember, the wordings in the commercials of one telecoms that says data is oxygen, which is a major need. Okay. All right. Before we wrap up, let's have a couple of questions out here. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. You're number 3, ma'am. Okay. All right. So let's start with Mr. Just tell us your name and your question, please.
My name is Dari Oluwatui. I just want to say that there is need for more collaboration. We are talking of EduTech. We should not just be looking at schools and the computer, the phone and all that. What are the things that are going to go into this? The books that the student will use need to be digitalized. And if we are not carrying along the publishers, the authors, we may be working in futility, so to say. So I want to advise that NBCC need to do more by bringing in some of the other stakeholders so that we can all collectively achieve the goals faster. Nigerian Book Fair Trust, which I am the current chairman, in 2000, we had the first virtual book fair in the world. Not that we are that EduTech, but the responsibility fell on our laps because the COVID started in January. We had a book fair in May. The alternative we had was to postpone, to cancel for that year, which many countries did. But we did not cancel. We went virtual. And I think we are the only one country in the world that had the buffet virtual. So Nigeria, if we have the conducive atmosphere, we are ready to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Sorry. Okay, please, let's make our contributions very short because we're running out of time. Just 30 seconds, and then we quickly wrap. Yeah, you wanted
All right, thank you very much. I really want to say, you know how you mentioned we shouldn't exclude the publishers. It's something very instrumental because one of the problems that EdTech startups, people who are building products have is access to markets. So when I spoke about data interoperability, it even goes to people like you who already have access. Are you willing to share your data with people? Are you willing to share the contacts you have? Because most times they'll see it as competition. Oh, if I give you my contacts, they're going to sell products to them. They won't want to buy my books anymore. So it's beyond just gainsaying. It's about the intentionality to do what you want. And I'm saying this from experience because I'm currently running an accelerator program in Nigeria and in Kenya where I have 12 startups in Nigeria, 12 EdTech startups in Kenya, 24 in total. And one problem we're having is access to markets. How do we get these products to the right users? And we're trying to approach publishers like you who already have access to schools, who have access to government, who have access to different categories of, users that can be reached easily, but are you willing to share your information? Do you want to work with them? Will you share your data with them?
Okay, I think we can have this conversation after this time out. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. First, my own contribution is just more of comments. The first one is collaboration needs to happen in terms of API, creation, API integration. What I see mostly within the ecosystem is just startups, duplicating efforts, right? We don't always all have to do the same thing. We can work together to create infrastructure. Look at fintech. That has actually, disrupted the system. Not everybody is doing digital savings or web creation. Then another thing is, I am from the government side, right? My name is Idris Oladipo from Digital Resource Center, UBEC. And at least I've been in the private sector for some time too, and I know that there's a very wide disconnect. I saw a lot of conversations here, but many of us in the private sector do not understand how education operates. For example, the problem or the challenges lie with the state government. They are supposed to be responsible for this education, providing education services. But we put the burden so much on the federal government. The federal government is also trying to do a lot. So we need to find a way to disrupt that, sub-national engagement in education and create access to opportunity through that. Let government see what you can do for them, even if they cannot do it, so that you can block the gap. Maybe during subsequent, engagement, I'll be able to make other points so that I don't take much of the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. The third contribution.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lighton Williams. I'm the president of Ocean Ambassadors Foundation, a catch them young in the maritime sector for the upcoming generation. You all agree with me that as we are all seated here, right from the birth of Adam, it has always been maritime for as long as we have water. But there is a gap. We are still in the conventional, mundane curriculum. Now we have the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. Where does the next level of education lie? We're all seated here, or everything was imported, which means there are careers there. Let us break the four walls and open up the career opportunities, which is globally accepted for as long as there's water for this upcoming generation. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. I think we'll take the last contribution from here, please. Who's helping us with the mic? Right here.
Thank you. Good morning. I think it's good. All right. My name is Ivy Kwem. I'm the director of programs for our academy. We're training youths to become software engineers. My question has to do with diaspora collaboration. So we have a lot of Nigerians outside the country who have actually JAPA'd, based on the, economic migration. And we also have them, they're doing so well over there. But one of the things I think that we're not doing is talking to them. We're not having those conversations where they could also support we here in Nigeria in the area of mentoring our, the people who are trying to bring up the youths, in digital training, but also in research and development. We're not very strong on that here in Nigeria. I think it's really, really important that we partner with, people in diaspora to actually give back in that area. It would, I think some of them are actually excited about, giving back that way. So how do we start to have those conversations as well? Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Because of our time, that's all we'll be able to take. I know Mr. Machuk wants to respond to you, but there's just one issue that I want everybody to just make a 10, 15-second comment. And then we'll end with you, Mr. Machuk. Now, in these days of AI, ChatGPT, our brains being taken away. Are we in trouble? Honorable Minister.
Yeah, it's
15 seconds.
We're in the fourth industrial revolution era, and so artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, mechatronics, machine learning, these are things we cannot run away from. We must leapfrog, and we must reposition, reimagine our education system to be able to leverage on these dispensations. But just quickly, in a few seconds, to buttress the point that governments have a very key role to play in bringing to action all that we have discussed here. We as the government must take up the role in putting the enabling environment for the private sector to thrive and to find it attractive to come into the EdTech space. We in Ghana started by ensuring that the digital infrastructure is extended widely, and we invested heavily in that with PPP and some foreign investment that had to go in that. Again, we ensured that every teacher was supplied with a laptop. Every pre-tertiary teacher, from kindergarten all the way to secondary school, were supplied about 350,000 teachers supplied with laptop to be able to ensure that digital literacy is done. And beyond that, in collaboration with the publishers, we're ensuring that every child gets a laptop, a tablet, so they can all the EdTech products can be used, can be assessed through that. We have also gone a step further, ensuring that all secondary schools are connected with internet and various EdTech products deployed by our CENDLOS, Center for National Distance Learning Open Schooling, where we have iCampus, which is assessed by internet, and the iBox, which is done offline. That is our go-to platform when COVID hits. That's what we used to mitigate our learning losses. So these are some of the things we are doing, and we hope to drive the private sector along as we go on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Carol Banks, are we in trouble?
Yes. I would say we are in trouble. So I recently was in a course at Harvard Business School, and the biggest warning they gave us was about not using ChatGPT. And I was like, but these are executives across Africa. Why do we need to be told not to use ChatGPT? Now, the thing is, whether we like it or not, we have to think about how we can build personal responsibility and making students understand the role that they have to play for their education. And that means that we have technology, but misuse of technology will lead us to another direction. So responsibility, accountability needs to be part of what we are teaching our young ones. The other thing is, we are in trouble, but there's also a lot of advantages when it comes to AI, for example. You accumulate so much data when you use technology. You don't need to manually keep looking at the data to see what it tells you or to gain insights. So I do believe that use of AI and other tools that technology offers us in this day and age is a plus, but we need to be very careful on how we use some of these platforms.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Chinyelu, please tell me we're not in trouble.
No, we're not in trouble. I just feel we just need to apply more caution. For instance, with my team, I have a team across Africa, and I tell all of them, this is not your handwriting when they use ChatGPT, because I've worked with them for over 5 years. When you write and you send to me and it's generative AI enabled. I'll tell you, hello XYZ, this is not your handwriting. I can smell ChatGPT here, right? So what I just say is, what generative AI is going to do really is to push, what is capable. It will aid you to see how more you can think, what you can do. I'm seeing it also as building a funnel, another career niche for people, because even knowing how to prompt to get your responses for generative AI is a skill on its own. If you ask your questions anyhow, it will answer you just anyhow. So knowing how to use your prompt is already a niche. The same way we didn't have people who were developers, who were learning either Node, React Native, and all of that. There'll be a skill set for people who would know how to master prompts writing. Then also sandboxing, right? Being able to sieve all the information that this AI is gathering and pushing it to specific areas is a skill set that is going to be coming up very soon. And people need to strategize and position themselves to, be useful in this era when it comes up. So no, we're not in trouble. We just need to know, as she says, control, self-discipline, to use and apply effectively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Modo, are our brains going on vacation with AI and ChatGPT?
Just summer and then they'll come back. So everything that all my co-panelists have said pretty sums it up. So I'm going to divert a bit to let your brains cool down from this AI problem and just say, look, at the end of the day, what we need to address some of the other questions that was asked and the comments that were made is to create an educational summit group, some kind of working group where every participant, publisher, printer, educator, investor can all meet and begin to develop a proper roadmap, a strategic plan. And then we can take this and present this with policy and then begin to have one voice for one advocacy with a plan, timeline approach to dealing with the EdTech investments and EdTech advantages that will come into our economy, from monetization all the way to implementation. So we need to create a working group. Back to the AI matter and the chat box. In simple terms, if you are an average E or let me say D student, chat box will only help you get a C. But if you are a B student, then chatbox and AI will make you an A1 student, because you have to know how to use the technology in order to take the best advantage of it. So I'm not going to write it off. I think it's a plus. It just has to be well used so that there is no abuse in terms of plagiarism and other information and data breaches. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tonyuba. Now, when you give your students assignment, how are you going to be determined whether it's a chat GPT, aided answer? And how are they going to cope if they use that and then they go to do external exams?
You know that there are students, as you were all talking, there are students that if you show them the answers, they will copy incorrectly. Garbage in, garbage out. So they've said it all. We are not in trouble. We actually thought we were in trouble when the internet came and we refused, and devices, we refused to allow telephones, devices into the school until COVID hit us and we started giving devices to smaller children. Then we now had to go back to the drawing board to tell ourselves that it is control, it is engagement with everyone involved. We are not in trouble at all. The critical thinking skills that the young ones, the youths, they need, we still have to push it. If they do not sit down to think, then they will put in garbage and garbage will come out. Like he said, if you are a D student, it's C that you get. I'm not even sure, because you might even get lower than that because you put in the wrong data. So we are not in trouble. Let's go back to our respective area of jurisdiction, control, influence, and say the right thing. Tell people, use the skills correctly for your own good. It doesn't stop you from thinking. It will only take you a step further. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last comment from Mr. Nwachukwu.
Well, for me, the AI solution, I see them as a necessary evil. It all depends on how you want to make use of them. The only fear I have is people getting addicted to it, which is also one area for us to worry. For those that are smart, it makes them smarter. But for those that are dull, it makes them smarter but duller. In the sense, what I mean by smarter, duller is academic, you might just find your way, you pass, you have the best result, everybody celebrates you. When you are now employed and where you now need to use that your brain, because ChatGPT will not help you then, you discover that you have nothing to offer. So that's the area. However, I'm looking at the commercial aspect of ChatGPT, which is very fundamental, and nobody talked about it. When ChatGPT came up, initially it was free. Everybody was, even me myself, I'm guilty. You want to do 1 or 2 projects, you type in and it gives to you. But now, they will tell you, you need to do what? Subscribe. So, what does that tell us? Those in the publishing, those in the solution, how do we commercialize it such that they will be relevant in the chain? Because I hear, yes, stakeholders will come together, people in the publishing, I know in that man's heart, he say, come and join, come and join me. Why? Because you have not told him how he is going to make money from sharing that data with you. From the global perspective, if there is a fear for him that he's not going to make money, he will not share any data. Let's tell each other the truth. So you must prove to him that when you share your data, you will get returns from it. Then he will now see his own publication as ChatGPT because he knows he's going to make money from the business. We need to understand it from that perspective. We talked about government. For me, I'm sorry to say, maybe the subject would have changed to be government driving the EduTech. Let's look at it. How many schools today are struggling because they can't get loans? Not because the loans are not there, but please, what is the current interest rate? What is the turnover schools are making? How many of them can sustain the repayment every month? So the answer is, we are still going back to where we think we've left. So can the government create a special buffer for education with a specific interest rate, perhaps a single digit, to encourage schools to adapt the EduTech? It is going to help at the long run. And because it is a long-term investment, which we need to emphasize here, because you don't make the money almost immediately. It's not magic. It's not Yahoo. It takes a time for them to make this money. So they need to get this. Then finally, someone raised about there are too many fintech, blah, 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 this. Yes. But the big question is that, are they accredited? Do we have a body that accredits all EduTech, making sure that they have the right solution to sell? I am in the fintech perimeter. We manage so many transactions. You will be so surprised. I'm sorry to say, some EduTech today that have crippled the funds of some schools. Why? Because they don't have the proper infrastructure in place, and people are beginning to lose that trust that the EduTech needs to provide. So when we look at this holistically, we will discover that there are too many things that needs to play underground, foundation-wise, to make this whole thing work properly. Thank you. That will be my last statement today.
Okay. Thank you very much. On this note, we will be rounding up. I apologize to our online audience. We can't take any more questions now. We need to move forward. I would like to appreciate our virtual contributors, Mr. Larry Ogudipe, Mrs. Oyewole. I want to appreciate Honorable Fojo, Mrs. Carol Banks, Mrs. Chinyere Akpa, okay, Mr. Tony Amodu, Mrs. Charity Tonyuba, and Mr. Nwachukwu. Thank you so much for your contributions, and I think it's been a wonderful morning. Thank you.
Please keep clapping till they get to their seats. That was an insightful session. Thank you. The moment a lot of us have been waiting for, the innovative showcase from the students. But first, I'll have to invite our judges to their seats. We'll invite Mr. Moses Imai, the Managing Director. Yeah, okay. So we invite Mr. Moses Imai, the Managing Director and CEO of Education First Nigeria Limited. Please, a round of applause for him. Yeah. We also invite Mr. Toyi Olatayo, Managing Director and CEO of United Cisco Network Academy. And also Mr. Anthony Amodu, the Director of WSGS Limited. Please, a round of applause as he comes. And also Dr. Iberi Njoku, the Director General of NBCC. Please encourage them with your warm and polite applause. Thank you. So the first school that will be showcasing their innovative pitch session right now will be Queen's College Yaba. Please celebrate them as they come to the podium.
Good day, judges. Good day, judges. We are Fim Aurora from prestigious Queen's College, Lagos. And this is our project, Ore Dam and Ore Cleaner. Experience the cutting edge of technology as our intelligent robots gracefully navigate your homes and schools, leaving every corner spotless. Our tireless, silent ally, gliding through your floors and corridors. Gliding through your floors and corridors. Our tireless, silent ally, gliding through your floors and corridors. This turns your daily chores into a breeze, and all you have to do is press a button. This is our cleaner.
This is our broom that we made by detaching bristles from an actual broom and attaching it to a pipe from the FTC kit using sand and glue. Then it was attached to a rod. It was attached to a rod from the FTC kit. It was attached to a rod that was connected to the motor from the FTC kit to enable it to spin, therefore sweeping the floor.
And this is the packer, which collects dirt. It was made from attaching two packers together to fit the size of the FTC robot. The handle was made from the FTC kit to enable us from removing it after the dirt are being collected, like this.
Our project is presently tele-op, but it can also be autonomous, meaning it is controlled using joysticks, but during recent times, in the process of making our project, it can also be automatic. It is controlled using joysticks and can also be automatic. It is very enjoyable, and it's like a form of playing games and also a form of recreation. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. This is Orodam. It is a thing of pride to say that Nigeria has expressed their love to our neighboring countries. Countries like Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic has benefited over the years uninterrupted power supply from Nigeria. Yet, our citizens cannot enjoy 24 hours of uninterrupted power supply. It is also painful to say that industries are going bankrupt, while students are not even able to focus on their studies because obviously nobody can read in the dark. We, the vibrant students of Queen's College, Yaba, Lagos, are not ready to wait until the mantle of leadership be passed on to us before we prefer a solution to the problem facing and paralyzing the Nigerian economy. That is why we emphasized on researching for a solution that was renewable energy based. This is Orodam.
This is Orodam,
Our dam is a self-recycling hydroelectric power dam. This is the first compartment called the reservoir, which houses the water. Water flows through this pipe when turned on, and here's the turbine, which is inside the second compartment. The second compartment houses the turbine. The force of water makes the turbine to rotate, which is also connected to the alternator, causes the alternator to spin, converting mechanical energy to electrical energy. The pressure pump, which was gotten from the car wiper of an engine, was used to pressurize the water to take it back to the reservoir as the cycle continues. The advantages of Orodam.
Orodam has advantages. It is self-recycling, it's mobile, it's advantages of Orodam. Orodam is self-recycling. It's mobile. It can be detached. It does not battle with the distribution of electricity. It's accessible. It can be brought to you at your own comfort zone. Thank you.
Thank you.
And in conclusion, Orodam is just a prototype. We plan on making it better when we give more investments. Yeah. Thank you.
So we have questions. Don't go away.
All right, thank you, Queen's College presenters. This is a very good and innovative product, but I was expecting to hear more of the problem that this technology is to solve in the community or in the country. Do you understand? And then also, how is it going to compete in the market? Are there other solutions similar to it? How innovative are they? And what is the industrial value? Because you need to see yourself as if you are presenting to the industry, to investors, and not just people that's going to clap for you. Do you understand? People that are willing to invest their money into it. So could you shed more light on that?
Okay, as for the problems, Orodam is solving the problem of the epileptic power supply in Nigeria. Orodam is different because it is self-recyclable. We've been to other engineers that told us that they also made dams similar to Orodam that lasted them for about 3 years, but it was not recyclable. It was situated to riversides where they could get their water from. But this is mobile. It is detachable. It is better to use, and it is not that expensive. The industrial cost should be about 30,000. That is the cost for it. So it's not that expensive and is very, very useful. And it's accessible too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
With respect to the
Oral cleaner.
yeah,
Oral cleaner.
the oral cleaner.
Guys, stop.
Can you explain what the benefits of that device is?
The oral cleaner helps to clean up the environment, clean up your surroundings. It helps to solve the problems whereby dirt around schools and everything. Oral cleaner helps to eases the cleaning up and arrangement of surroundings, basically.
Okay, and what is the commercial benefit of having that? How expensive is it?
Okay, it should be around 20,000 naira. Yes.
Have you done any research around what alternative cleaning appliances are that can be substituted for this? And is there any unique advantage that this has over any of them?
It was actually a challenge at first given to us by our former vice president of Audio Association. She gave us a challenge to an estimated time of 7 weeks, but we finished with like an amount of 2 weeks, in 2 weeks' time. We did this during that period. So it was it's just a prototype of what our main robot's actually going to come out as.
Okay.
Just a quick one. Does that actually clean anything?
Yes, it does.
Okay, two spoon dirt on the floor. Can you demonstrate that?
Okay.
Move forward now. That is a problem.
That's why we need funding and investments in our project to make it better and enable it to perform better than this. Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please don't stop putting your hands together. Like, keep the applause coming because this is amazing. Well done, QC. So we'll just call on the next school to showcase their innovation And that is none other than St. Finbarr's College, Akoka. Please welcome them. I don't know, I have a feeling that we have some alumni in the house, so celebrate your school. While we're waiting for St. Finbarr's, please, we would like to call on our speakers for us to have a quick photo op. Please, thank you. And our President and Chairman of Council, and also our Vice President and the moderator. The representative from St. Finbarr's here. So also Joseph Mary will be representing St. Finbarr's. Please put your hands together as it comes.
Very good afternoon to you all. Okay, so, they say talk is cheap, and people believe what they see. Unfortunately, today, we have to settle for what is cheap, because we aren't very well prepared. But I promise you that as we go on, we'll play a clip. So my name is also Joseph Mary, and I'm here to present our EduTech innovation. So at St. Finbar's College, we focused on an innovation based on what will actually benefit and enable teaching to be more easy and for both the teachers and the students. And now, we discovered the problem. The problem is simply children of our age, they despise textual data. They hate anything they are reading, but they adore and they enjoy anything they see, what they watch, what they play. So we discovered that if we want to solve this problem, we have to adopt what they love and use it as a method of teaching. So what is the solution we got to this problem? It's virtual reality. So at St. Finbar's College, it started as an innovation of the students. The students brought up the idea that they should use virtual reality to teach students. And the school bought in the idea. And as of today, St. Finbar's College is using virtual reality to teach the junior category. That's from JS 1 to JS 3. So they use real-life learning educational tools like YouTube 360 and Google Earth to take them on virtual excursions to various geographical locations. For example, when they're teaching history and social studies, they take them to places of historical importance. Like imagine you're learning history, slave trade, and they're taking you're virtually. You are seeing when slave trade happened. Like everything that happened during slave trade is going to stay in your memory. It's going to stay in your memory. And all that. Then also, but in the second senior part of the school, it's still a work in progress actually, because we have not been able to integrate it totally to all the arms of the school. But for now, the SS3 students are using virtual reality in learning geography and AI robotics classes. Now, I have to give an instance that I'll never forget. Like when they taught us the solar system using the virtual reality. So all of us in the geography class, we wore the virtual reality goggles, and we're like inside a simulation of the solar system. And now it's also gamified because children adore playing games. So like in the simulation, we started on Earth. So we're like exploring. So we get close to the sun, your life is going down. And then you come back from the sun, you're becoming okay. When you go close to gaseous planets, you are held to start going down. When you go back to Earth, you're becoming okay. So thereby you're learning about the solar system in a gamified environment, which is what we enjoy. You're learning about the solar system, and also you're having fun. And this is what children tend to remember. Because the honest fact is, you can teach a child something 4 minutes ago, and will forget. But the movie or the game a child played 4 years ago, the child will remember. So we thought that this is the best innovation. And in the senior school, what do we use to create these simulations that children enjoy and learn from? These simulations, we create it using Unreal Engine 5. We use Unreal Engine 5 because it is user-friendly and it has a vast options that you can choose from. You can create virtually any simulation. Now, this virtual reality innovation has so many benefits. For instance, it eliminates all distractions in classes. Once a child is inside the simulation, he's not noticing the next person that is sitting beside him. So thus, he cannot distract anybody. He's only learning and seeing what the teacher wants him or her to see. Also, it enables retention. They are able to remember and retain everything that they learned in class. It also helps the teachers and the students to be more educationally inclined. So as of now, they're supposed to play a clip of how it works. while we're waiting for the clip on how it works, let me conclude. In conclusion, the love for movies and games. Okay. In conclusion, the love for movies and games in children usually makes them deviate from reading their books. So if we're able to use this love for movies and games to teach them, it is generally and surely it cannot be paralleled. That is why virtual reality is our EduTech innovation. Please play the video.
It was that we synchronized the VR games to smart TV. So as a teacher, I can see what the students see and explain further. This is an example of geographical expression to the solar system, explaining the 9 planets, vicinity of Mars, and all Earth. Everything.
All right. Thank you, Pimbers. Yeah, initially I was lost, but later on I was able to catch up with what you were saying. Okay, so, but in all your presentation, thank you for that beautiful presentation, but in everything, I'm trying to also look at the authenticity, the originality of this idea. 1, 2, how scalable it is. 3, scalable, do you understand? And then 3, are you selling us a virtual or physical product and all that? Physical. And then you didn't tell us about the market research, your unique selling point and all that. Do you have answer to these questions?
Sir, yes, sir.
All right. So in 2 minutes, could you?
Sir, please, can I go through the questions?
Okay, 1, the originality.
Originality, okay.
Yeah, is it something you invented, or is it something, or do you modify an existing technology using your own ideas and all that? That's number 1.
Originality.
Exactly. Number 2, scalable. How do you scale it? How do you, ensure that exactly multiply the effects, the products, the benefits?
Okay.
Because I believe that you also have the commercial interest at arts, or are you just selling it for?
Okay, sir.
Do you understand? So that's 2. And then 3, what's your unique selling point? The competitive advantage. Are there existing product and technology that can compete with it? Mm-hmm. So how do you intend to rise up above that? And then last but not the least, we didn't see any data to show that you have done market research.
Okay, firstly, originality.
All right, thank you.
So, okay, I believe you listened to me. Okay, you said you are lost. Okay.
No, I'm found now. I'm
not lost again. Now. Okay. So let me brief you. I told you this was an innovation of the students. The students created this idea.
Hold that thought. What was the exact idea? The use of did you develop an app in the VR ecosystem that you now applied, and now because you are using a VR headset that already exists, which you didn't build? Yeah. So is it the app you developed, and then you can tell us the steps?
We developed the simulations.
Okay.
That help, and I told you the app we used to build these simulations. We use Unreal Engine 5 to make these simulations, these learning environments that enable us to learn easily and retain. That's what I said.
But in your demonstration, you're not able to show us one learning activity.
One learning activity. Okay, maybe if you watch the full pitch video, you see.
So there is somewhere in that video that shows the learning activity?
Yes, sir.
And there's no way you can fast forward it to get it to that point?
Sir, the video that we showed you was actually a learning activity, if I'm to be precise.
Okay. Thank you. I'm corrected.
Then, sir, the second question, how scalable it is. So it's actually very cheap. If I'm able to, it can actually make this something that every school should be able to key into. Because VR goggles, they normally sell for about between 10 and 20,000 now. That is not just the lens, the ones with the lens, not the Oculus one, just the normal ones. So if you're able to do that, you'll be able to integrate and use hotspots and integrate what the teacher is saying to all the students in the class. Will be able to see it. So if 20,000 now for a school of about for private schools, it will actually be easy because they can just fund it. But for government schools and public schools, they may need extra financial assistance. But the main focus is passing information from teachers to students.
Thank you, St. Fimbers. And then the next school to showcase their innovation is none other than Methodist Girls High School, Lagos. Representative of Methodist Girls, please come over. You have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good day, everyone. My name is Tisha Ali Balogun, and with me,
I'm Sinifelua.
We are going to be talking about a visual learning app.
The background. Okay, the background. Due to natural disaster, we have the very nature education involves a lot of stress. Coming to school daily is not only expensive, but it's also time consuming. Why waste what's the point of spending hours on the road when you can just enjoy the comfort of learning from your home through e-learning? That's where e-learning comes from. E-learning can be defined as the delivery of learning through teaching, training, or learning through electric devices or your mobile phone. It can also be utilized in various settings, such as academic education, corporate training, continually professional development, and skill development courses. The growth of e-learning has been facilitated by the widespread adoption of computers and internet technology and was further accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, the statement of the problem. Now, education in Nigeria has gone through some major setbacks, especially due to poor funding, poor allocation, corruption. But the solution to this problem is the reason why we made this app, for children to be able to learn and learn without having to spend any data. Our app here doesn't use any data. It can be easily transferred through the Bluetooth, your flash drive, or YouTube.
Next slide, please. Reason for our app. The chemistry quiz app was built to aid the easy access of education through our smartphone. Not only does this app not require internet, it can also be transferred through Bluetooth, USB cord, and even your flash drive. It helps in revising for examination questions like WAEC, NECO, JAM, IGCSE, and Cambridge. It also helps in reducing moving around with books. It helps in reducing wastage of data. It helps to challenge oneself by going through revision of what you've done in your previous tests. It helps in having good usage.
So how we built this app? This app was built by an application called the AI2 Offline. That AI2 Offline was built by the MIT app inventors. Now, in this app, we have two major components. We have the designer part of it and the block part of it. In the designer part, that's where you find things like your text box, your label, your notifier, your user interface, and the block is just like Scratch. You bring out the codes you want to use for the app. Those are the parts you use to program the app.
Our assumption in creating the app, we hope that learning will not only be easier, but to access from, to make students practice more and learn chemistry through our app. Thank you.
Chemistry quiz app, making knowledge more
accessible. Thank you so much.
But we also like our judges here to please try our app. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, chemistry quiz, start quiz.
Oh, the AI tool offline.
Okay, the shape of graphite crystal is A, tetrahedra, pyramidal, hexagonal, octadermal. Click answer. So I can click anyone.
Yes.
All right, okay, hexagonal.
You see?
Correct.
It shows you whether you're correct or not.
Yeah, I can see.
And it's green.
Okay. The energy revolve when magnesium bonds in air in the form of A, heat and sound, and sound itself, then light and heat. Okay. Maybe I will guess this time around. Correct. Wow, it's correct.
Yes. And
Okay.
also, when you're wrong, you'll be notified when you're wrong. So
Okay.
this thing makes learning interesting and fun.
Okay, so let's go to the next and just random answer. Okay, next. Okay, brass is a mixture of, let's say, copper and zinc. I'm not sure, but I think so. I get it right, so I'm looking for the wrong answer. Okay, which of the following demand is electronic? Okay. Well, all my answers are correct, but I think it's a good innovation, and thanks for playing copyright. Okay, that's good. So I think it's by and large it's not bad. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Methodist Girls School. So quickly we invite King's College, Lagos.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges, and fellow students. We're students of King's College, and we're here to present our innovative project for the 2023 African EdTech Conference. My name is Adikta Adijola. I'm presenting with me here.
Balogo Adelisi, Papa Life Ichugu,
Muhammad Udaji,
Charles Daniel.
The name of our innovative project is called Smart Tutor. Smart Tutor encompasses an application that utilizes AI to simplify learning in different levels of understanding for its users. Smart Tutor has its features like its adaptive assessment and feedback, dynamic peer collaborations, gamification and reward system, intelligent content delivery, adaptive assessment and feedback. We've developed a feature that allows Smart Tutor to continually, with the use of an AI, to continually evaluate students and give constructive feedback. It adds additional resources and pinpoints weaknesses where they can give constructive feedback to them.
Personalized learning. This is one of the most important features of our app. Smart Tutor has the ability to teach students at their own pace. It is very essential in a classroom for a student to have customized learning and learn at their own pace. Smart Tutor uses data that it derives from previous tests and lessons taken by the students to tailor lessons that attacks their weaknesses and empowers their strengths in each topics and subjects.
Dynamic peer collaboration. This is undoubtedly one of the best features in Smart Tutor, which enables average performing students, and it also average performing students connect with highly academically excellent students in group projects, group assignments, which will help the averagely performing students learn from the excellently performing students.
Gamification and reward system. This is a unique feature of Smart Tutor. In our software, it was designed to ease the stress of just learning by involving students in playing of educative games, which also enhances the IQs of its users. And also, the reward system also increases the interest and enthusiasm of its users as points are being given to students based on the quiz taken.
And last but not the least, we have the intelligent content delivery. Now, software makes use of mixed methodology, which utilizes both the traditional method of teaching and the modern method of teaching to further our results of our users. Now, our software is our data-driven parts to collect the results from our students to address assessment and feedback, to further the content given to our students, to make sure that no content is given to two same people.
Accessible assistive solutions. Our software also includes assistive technologies using voice recognition, hearing, and sight aids. Our software is it can be used for even the impaired and disabled people. Thank you.
To end it all, we believe our software will make a groundbreaking change in the EdTech sector of Africa, providing educational access to all and sundry, thereby bridging the gap between education and technology. Though we don't have a physical model, but we'd like to give you a visual video of our software, of our prototype.
As you can see the onboarding screen, this is the splash screen, and this is where you can log in and sign up. And once you log in, this is going to be your home page. And after you select your course during the sign up, it's going to once you come to the home page, you're going to see various selections of subjects. And now we have maths. So right now I've selected maths, and it's going to direct you to. So this is the gamification page. As you can see, the games are educative. We have chess and Scrabble, but more are yet to come. So as you can see, once you tap on the profile, it's going to take you to your settings where you can manage your account, share your account, and edit your profile.
Are you guys done?
No, we're not done. We're waiting on the video. Yeah, we're doing.
So So this is just the user interface.
Yeah,
that you
this is
have.
just UI UX of it.
Right. You built this yourselves?
Yes, we did it by ourselves.
On which base?
Figma. We use Figma.
Use Figma.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right. But the app is still under development.
Yes, it's a long-term goal.
Okay. So are you looking for funding?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we do. We are looking for funding.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you, Casey. Encourage them. That was a nice innovation. And so the next school showcasing this afternoon will be showcasing virtually. And that's none other than Federal Government Girls College, Ibusa. They will be showcasing their innovation online. Ibusa, FGC. FGGC Ibusa, please confirm you can hear us. Please unmute and speak.
Hello everyone, good afternoon.
Can hear you.
All right, if you can hear us, our video is still disabled. Host, can you just permit us to toggle our video?
You can go ahead, sir.
Mama, you should stand here. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Are we audible now? Thank you. Our video is live.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you.
Once again, good afternoon, Manuel Johnny and my audience. An innovative representative of the club of the Federal Government Girls College. Over the years, has noticed the state of primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions have improved having lots of manual tests, notebooks, novels, workbooks, and so on. And in this practice, it actually leads to their books being torn. So it is battled all around the different. Based on our findings as well, can you believe that a bag of food weighs close to 15 kg should almost have weight in bag of cement? And this is current cost of close to 15,000 to 45,000 naira per section. Therefore, all the inquiry costs and immediate accumulation of weight in all the great and different, but all together become one.
Can you picture yourself in a world of weight or no strength and education? Have you ever been in a situation whereby you have to gather a certain type of person, not to or even to ask questions, just to understand a particular topic under a particular subject? Well, what's a victim of the second place? For such situation, the solution is here, the EduTech tablets. EduTech tablets is a one-stop device that includes contain apps and subject by the Federal Ministry of Education. The EduTech tablet comprises of a reading timetable, which monitors and records the children's reading activity. The children's reading routine. The device also is understood by the students. In our world today, children are students with too much on the junior ones in my great alma mater, and I discovered that 40% of them, taken by 40% of them, that is 4/10 students, pay. Final distance. Published as one health care. Published as one health. Nearly. This year is of use. Next year is up to it. It's time we can bring
you. We can't hear you. Unfortunately, we'll have
Can you hear
to.
us now?
It's really poor, so we will not be able to continue with the call.
Continue. All right. Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Please hear me now.
Hear you. Can you do this in 2 minutes?
Hello, everyone. Please hear me now.
Yes, we can.
Students of primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions have been told to watch and carry love of religious texts, and so on. And this has actually been formed, stolen, or used battered all around the Based on findings, that a bag of weight of 15 to 20 kg, which is about half weight bag of food. The leading inquiry of close to 2,000 per section. Therefore, all the accumulation of useless waste created by and inquiry of all together be avoided.
Can you picture yourself in the world of weight or no stress and education? Have you ever been in a situation whereby you have to gather a type tests, not or even ask questions, just to understand a particular topic under a particular subject? Well, once a victim of the setback. For such situations, the solution is here, the EduTech tablet. The EduTech tablet is the one-stop EduTech device that is designed to contain apps automatically by the Federal Ministry of Education. Tablet comprised of a specific timetable, which monitors and also the students' capacity to their parents. Parents for the children's tablet contains apps which not clearly understood by the parents. In our world today, children are sensitive to much heavy or focused on their back. Is that meant to be so? No. I run a private study in my school, and I discovered that more than 40% of the children, not only 40%, when I mean by 40%, I mean over 10 students are undergoing back pain as a result of the weight of books, which weigh 15 to 20 kilograms, which is half the weight of the bag. Who loves stress? Definitely nobody. The stress of selling and producing goods can be reduced. Look at the secondary final year students who are yet to for their external examination. Their producing and producing not helping. They strive hard to update their past. This is obsolete. Next is obsolete. Indeed, technology is becoming next generation. It's high time we embrace the nation through technology. Well, here are the benefits of the EduTech tablet. The EduTech tablet keeps up with the educational standard, thereby reducing the cost of money spent on books. It gives you different choices of reading times, just according to your age and class. It sends a notification to your parents, giving them the assurance and confidence that they are making the best of the time. It provides you with other choices, and it also helps break down and you know what? That the EduTech tablet comes with the tool that artificial intelligence by name EduTech, which helps monitor your progress and ensure you are making the best of your. Can you imagine taking all our outdated versions and revise edition of them just by one click on the update button? Well, the introduction of this tablet will help to reduce the loss of workload, providing the necessary technology, thereby helping the students carry little or no books. Indeed, it's a no-brainer. Debating on the benefits of the EduTech tablet, simply think that the EduTech tablet is a must. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Judges, do we have questions for them?
Okay, so FGC Buza, thank you for your presentations. The first thing that struck me in your presentation is that you're able to give your product a name. I saw something like Edu something tablet. So that means you know exactly what you want to push into the market. So can you give yourself a round of applause for that? Hope you can hear me. All right. So please, although we didn't hear most of your presentation, but maybe for the benefit of us that are here, can you just tell us more on the unique solution this technology is going to play? And I want you to connect it to your school now. So how will your school benefit from this? Do you understand? So don't just tell us general solutions now. So be very specific concerning your school. And please, 1 minute, 60 seconds. Your time starts now.
Number one, it's reducing stress. And I like this way. Who like that? It's definitely nobody. Who like you who love stress? Nobody. the morning class. You to reduce modernity. It helps send a notification to your parents, giving them the confidence and assurance they are making the best use of the device. It gives you different choices of reading time, best and suitable for your age class. And most importantly, it comes with includes artificial intelligence by means of EduTech processors, which helps to monitor your progress, ensure you're making the best use of the device, and help you break down how it is not clearly understood by research.
Thank you, FGGC Busa. So while our judges are collating the results, let's just watch a few videos from our sponsors. Thank you.
After being a victim of cybercrime, I wanted to explore cybersecurity.
So what next after service?
How do I transition into tech from animal physiology?
How do I upgrade my digital skills? What are the options?
How do I transition into tech from an economics background?
How do I fulfill my dream of going into tech? I have been searching for a job. I am getting tired.
Another job rejection.
After another rejection, how do I improve my employability?
What is the next step for me to take after school?
A friend told me about DICE, and I decided to take the chance.
DICE. I was skeptical at first, but decided to give it a try.
Will I be able to cope without a tech background?
The program was really demanding, but I appreciate the support of the facilitators.
Our facilitators were excellent. They made the course easy to follow.
The program was tasking, but I love how the classes were held virtually.
It was tough, really tough. It was a lot of hard work.
The class was really intensive. You could not hide. Everyone had to participate.
The program was very challenging. I love the fact that it was hands-on, it was practical.
I love the program's flexibility.
I really found the program rewarding. A lot of interesting learnings.
I had the support of an excellent instructor.
The collaboration with my fellow DICEPers really made it for me.
Fellow DICEPers were always available to support.
The program was really eye-opening. I took a lot of interesting learnings.
Now I can confidently create chatbots. Thanks to DICEP.
Finally, I can realize my dream of becoming a machine learning engineer.
DICEP helped me in becoming a cybersecurity analyst.
Bye to animal science, database administration, here I call.
With all the skills I've acquired from DICEP, I can't wait to explore.
I am so excited about the future of cloud computing.
Big data, big data. I look forward to exploring the world of database administration.
I have taken a big leap in advancing my career.
I am glad I am back on such a fulfilling journey.
The door to the world of cybersecurity is open. Here I come.
Big data, Python, API integration. I look forward to an exciting career in AI.
Now, I'm a certified IBM
cybersecurity
analyst. Thanks to DICEP.
I am now an
IBM applied AI professional.
Thanks to DICEP.
Then each of the
I'm a
students.
certified
Microsoft
Azure database
administrator. Thanks to DICEP.
We are future ready. We are standing IBCC.
got the perfect technology. I'm shining, I'm just like a diamond. It's trust me, it's just what I do. I believe in education, that's why I keep it 100.
Education can be fun, learning is for everyone, and great technology can improve the quality. See, the future can be better. There is so much we can be. We can help someone be better. It is up to you and me, so stand
To announce the winner of the Innovative Showcase, we call on Dr. Ibrahim Jokro, the Director General of NBCC. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you, thank you. I will just get straight to the point and announce the winners. But first of all, to commend all the schools that took part. You guys did a great job. Some of it was a confusing job, but a great job all the same. We had different criteria, and basically the first one was how authentic or original was the idea of your pitch. Then the second one was it within scope of what you were asked to do? The third one was how marketable, is that correct? Yes. How marketable is that, your innovation or your product? The fourth one was how innovative is your pitch? And finally, your presentation skills. So at the end of this battle, we came up with a winner. Who can guess? Drum rolls. Anybody can guess the winners? And the winner is... and the winners are...
They are winners. But the lead winner.
The winning school is... I said the winning school is... Drum rolls. The winning school is Methodist Girls. Congratulations. Please come forward and we will have our president, Mr. Ray Ateli, present your awards. Well done, ladies. Well done. Well done.
I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just like that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, oh, can't you see? I'm on the move to make way for me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself back up. And when I fall down, I have to pick myself up. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up. stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand
So the tabs are courtesy exam party. So it's the rest of us start with them with the tabs. So, yeah. A representative from exam party, please join them as we take this picture. All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I just had a thought, just so that the other schools don't feel left out. I think it would be nice to snap with the president quickly. Yes, yes, please. Join us, please. Queen's College, please. Let's take a picture with the president and chairman of council. And just to mention, we have book donation worth $25 for each student that has participated today. So you're not going empty-handed. Just let's make it snappy. Thank you.
Okay, I have a quick question for you. Who is a winner? Who is a winner? Who is a winner? Everybody is a winner. You may not have got the ultimate prize, but you did your best. And so when you do your best, you are a winner, okay? Next time you'll be motivated to do more, and perhaps you will clinch the top prize. So congratulations, and hold your heads up high, because you did very well. All right? Good.
I'll send you a message now.
Okay, King's College.
I'll say the same to you. You are all winners, okay? Sometimes someone has to take the ultimate prize, but you did very well. I listened to you, and your presentation made sense. All right? But then, you have to contend with others. And so when that is the case, you may not get it for one reason or the other. So what do? Go back to the drawing board and improve on what the judges pointed out, okay? And I'm sure that during next year's edition, you might just be the winners of the ultimate prize. But for today, you are all winners, okay? Congratulations.
Thank you. So at this point, we will call on Mrs. Chinyere Emeruwa, the Assistant General Manager. President, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, sir. The Assistant General Manager, Education First Nigeria Limited, to give the closing remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I would permit me to read this. Well, so I'll keep it brief. My name is Chinyere Emeruwa. I am the Assistant General Manager, Education First Nigeria Limited. It is truly an honor to stand before you today as we wrap up this remarkable journey at the 5th edition of the African EduTech Conference. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, sponsors, partners, and each one of you who have contributed to the success of this event. This year marks the 5th edition of the African EduTech Conference, a milestone that we are incredibly proud of. As we look back on the past year's journey, it is clear that this conference has grown and it has evolved into something truly exceptional. The world of education is undergoing a profound transformation, and it is our collective responsibility to embrace these changes and shape the future of learning. At Education First Nigeria Limited, we are committed to leveraging technology to bridge the educational divide and empower the next generation with knowledge and skills for success. As I stand here before you, I am optimistic about the future of EdTech in Africa. With creative innovations like Exam Paddy and more, we are looking at a promising future. Looking ahead, we are excited about what the subsequent editions of this conference will bring. The landscape of education is ever evolving, and so is our commitment to staying at the forefront of these changes. We envision the African EdTech Conference becoming even more influential force in changing the shape and the future of education in our continent. Let's continue to innovate, educate, and inspire. We will do this again next year, God willing. Thank you, everyone.
So everyone,
okay, since ladies and gentlemen, we are about to bring this to a close. I want to thank you so much for the time you've taken to participate in this year's edition. On behalf of the Chamber, I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Mrs. Ajo Balogun, distinguished panelists, the judges, the schools that attended, the ESCO members, and indeed all staff of the headquarters of Nigerian-British Chamber of Commerce. Thank you so much for all the effort that you've put into this conference, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. By way of information, we have a few upcoming events within the Chamber. The Nigerian-British golf tournament is coming up on Friday, October 20, and of course the NBCC members evening and induction will be coming up on Thursday, October 26th. And of course, the high point of the Chamber's event this year will be the presidential inauguration dinner themed Optimizing Afri-Capitalism in an Era of African Continental Integration. This comes up on Friday, November 24, 2023. So if you're interested in becoming a member of the Chamber, please visit our website, www.nbcc.org.ng, or meet with our membership team at the registration desk. Finally, please follow us on the social media to be informed of all of our activities on NBCC_NG on Instagram, Nigeria-British Chamber of Commerce on LinkedIn, and Nigeria-British Chamber of Commerce on Facebook. Once again, on behalf of the Nigeria-British Chamber of Commerce, I want to thank all of you for making this a success. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.